Chapter 1344. The evil clan suffered a crushing defeat. Countless of them were killed. The survivors fled like stray dogs. The last city in the periphery was also taken back by Jiang Chen. Once again, the great unification of the periphery was completed. The morale of the human race was high. Each and every one of them couldn't contain their excitement. Jiang Chen became famous in the evil abyss after this battle. Not only did he become the hero of the human race, but he also became the greatest threat to the evil clan that they wanted to get rid of even in their dreams. Even Mo Ying was killed. Lord Commander is really mighty in this battle. You guys didn't see the scene at that time. Lord Commander transformed into a true dragon and killed Mo Ying. It was too shocking. Yeah. I have to say that Lord Commander is the most heaven-defying genius I've ever seen. I never thought that he could kill Mo Ying. That's Mo Ying we're talking about. A peerless demonic genius who possessed the evil incarnation. This time, Lord Commander has shown his divine might and dealt a great blow to the evil clan. I'm afraid they won't find trouble with us in a short time. Jiang Chen's name was being discussed everywhere. For a time, Jiang Chen's fame in the evil abyss was almost on par with the evil lord, Yang Bufan. After killing Mo Ying, the morale of the human race was completely boosted. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had become the #1 hero and meritorious minister of the human race. In the City of Evil, Yang Bufan personally led a generation of high-ranking officials to welcome the triumphant return of Jiang Chen and his two brothers. This was the first time in the entire evil abyss that there was such a high standard of treatment. Only Jiang Chen could cause such a great sensation. Brother Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. It seems like I've underestimated you. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. What he said was right. Although he had always admired Jiang Chen, judging from the current situation, he had still underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was much stronger than he had imagined. Initially, he thought that even if they won this war, the human race would have to pay a heavy price. Never had he thought that Jiang Chen could kill all the demons and devils effortlessly. What was more unexpected was that Jiang Chen had killed Mo Ying, which really boosted the morale of the human race. Helping Brother Yang fight against the evil clan is this Jiang's duty. Now that the evil clan has suffered heavy losses, I'm afraid they won't be able to make any big movements for some time. But the evil clan will definitely not swallow this insult. I'm guessing that their higher-ups will launch a well-planned counterattack. When the evil clan truly retaliates, I'm afraid it will be the time for us to launch the final decisive battle with the evil clan. Jiang Chen said. You're right. It's the same as what I thought. So we can't stay idle during this period of time. We have to prepare for the final battle. Yang Bufan nodded. Although the evil clan had suffered heavy losses this time, Mo Ying's death had also aroused the cruelty and fury of the evil clan. Once they launched a counterattack, it was destined to be sharp and unprecedented. Therefore, even if the evil clan didn't strike now, it would only be a short period of peace. The storm would eventually come and the next final battle would probably take place in the sky above Evil City. I've gained a lot of benefits from this war. My cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds, advancing to the half-step golden immortal realm. I just happen to need some time to meditate. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. Brother Jiang, just go and have a rest. No one will disturb you, said Yang Bufan. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. At the same time, he understood that befriending a man with great luck like Jiang Chen would bring him endless benefits in the future. Jiang Chen brought Tyrant and a Huang dog back to the courtyard. Anyway, there wouldn't be any more battles in a short period of time. Jiang Chen didn't like noise. It was good to have a few days of peace and quiet. Little Chenzi, your advancement speed is just too fast, Tyrant said speechlessly. Comparing his advancement speed with Jiang Chen was always a blow to his confidence. The war with the evil clan is indeed a great thing for me. Not only has my cultivation base advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, but the Zulong Tower has also reached the 29th level. There are only 4 levels left before I reach the 33rd level. I hope that I can successfully condense the Zulong Tower to the 33rd level before the final battle with the evil clan. At that time, I will be able to know some secrets of the Zulong Tower. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had always been looking forward to the Zulong Tower, especially when he reached the 33rd level. He knew that the Zulong Tower must be hiding some big secrets. Although his cultivation base had advanced, Jiang Chen now had to face another problem. the problem of immortal meta stones. I don't have many immortal meta stones left. After I advance to the golden immortal realm, I will have to find a way to get more immortal meta stones. Damn it! This rate of consumption is really indescribable. Jiang Chen sighed. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit. Back then, he had obtained the life savings of Ouyang He, but such a huge amount of immortal metastones was only enough to help him advance to the early golden immortal realm. If the deceased Ouyang He knew about this, he was afraid that he would die from anger. Little Chenzi, I wonder what's going on in One Line Sky now. Those guys from the three major powers must be looking for you everywhere. Ha! De Huang Dog laughed heartily. The thought of how the three major powers were looking for Jiang Chen made him feel very happy. Now that my cultivation base has reached the half-step golden immortal realm, my great divination art has become stronger. I can use this opportunity to divine the situation in One Line Sky and see if I can find any clues. Jiang Chen said. Back then, he had wreaked havoc in the ancient tomb and killed too many geniuses. One Line Sky must have been in an uproar, and this debt must have been pinned on his head. The three major powers would never let this matter rest. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and secretly cast the great divination art. He was able to divine some things in the dark. But at this moment, just as Jiang Chen cast the great divination art, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Jiang Chen could tell that the voice belonged to Tianji Zi. It was a voice formed by the fusion of his will. Swoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of dazzling cold light shot out from his eyes. The qi in the entire courtyard turned cold. What's wrong? Tyrant and De Huang Dog were startled. For Jiang Chen to be in such a situation, he must have divined something. It seemed like something big had happened in One Line Sky. My master is in trouble. Tian Muyun has driven me out of Tianyun Pavilion and imprisoned my master. My master has used the great divination art to resonate with me, compressing this information in advance. Once I cast the great divination art, I will be able to sense this information. Chapter 1345. An invisible anger began to brew in Jiang Chen's body. His expression suddenly turned indifferent. De Huang Dog and Tyrant, who knew Jiang Chen better, knew that Jiang Chen was truly angry at this moment. That's right, Jiang Chen was furious. He could receive the information sent by Tian Jizi using the great divination art. Even if he was in the evil abyss, he wouldn't be affected at all. Therefore, after he left One Line Sky, Jiang Chen knew everything clearly. The reaction of the three major forces was within his expectations, but Tian Muyun's reaction was beyond his imagination. What exactly happened? De Huang Dog asked. The three major forces couldn't find me anywhere, so they went to Tianyun Pavilion to exert pressure. Tian Muyun announced in front of everyone that he would expel me from Tianyun Pavilion. He even injured my master and imprisoned him. He wanted to use the news of my master to lure me out. What a good Tian Muyun. It seems like it's time for us to lay our cards on the table. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. He originally planned to return after settling the matters in the evil abyss. At that time, he would lay his cards on the table and fight to the death with Tian Muyun. But now, it seemed like he had to go back as soon as possible. Although he and Tian Jizi didn't know each other for a long time, they had a true master-disciple relationship. Now that his master was in trouble, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Humph! That kid is a ruthless person. He's jealous of your talent, so he wants to get rid of you as well. A guy who even killed his own master. What else wouldn't he do? De Huang Dog let out a cold snort. Therefore, I must rescue master as soon as possible, at all costs. A person like Tian Muyun is capable of doing anything. If I don't show up soon, master's life will be in danger. Just like what you said, he can even kill his own master. Such a maniac would not hesitate to kill others. That's why I have to rescue master as soon as possible at all costs. Jiang Chen said, having made up his mind. Little Chenzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant asked. Although he hadn't been to One Line Sky, he had heard a lot about it, especially about the people and matters related to Jiang Chen. He basically knew about Ouyang He, Tian Muyun, Tianji Zi, and the other important figures, as well as the reason why Jiang Chen went to Tianyun Pavilion. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, Chen wouldn't be able to sit still after knowing that his master was in trouble. After all, although Jiang Chen was ruthless to his enemies, He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Tyrant had never doubted this. If Jiang Chen still remained indifferent after knowing that his master was in trouble, Tyrant would feel that something was wrong. Let's go back and save him. Let's go find the evil lord. Jiang Chen strode towards the exit of the courtyard. In order to get out of Evil Abyss, he had to rely on Jiang Chen. The passageway to the outside world was controlled by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't help him, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Inside the City Lord Mansion was Jiang Chen's private residence. Under normal circumstances, outsiders weren't allowed to enter, but now that the situation was urgent, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he had to come and disturb him. Come in. Yang Bufan's voice sounded from inside. Immediately, the door opened automatically. The perception of an immortal king was very powerful. He would be able to sense it immediately when someone approached his residence. Jiang Chen strode in and saw Yang Bufan sitting on the throne, looking at him with a smile. What's the matter, Brother Jiang? Yang Bufan asked. There's indeed a very important matter. I have to go back to One Line Sky now. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. He told Yang Bufan everything that happened in One Line Sky, including how he befriended Ouyang He, how he promised Ouyang He to help him get rid of Tian Muyun, how he entered Tianyun Pavilion, and what happened to Tianji Zi. There was nothing to hide from Jiang Chen. He could see that Jiang Chen really regarded him as a friend. In that case, Jiang Chen naturally had to show his sincerity. Besides, he needed Jiang Chen's help to return to One Line Sky. Humph! You even dare to kill your own master? I hate this kind of ungrateful people the most. I, Yang Bufan, have killed countless people in my life, but they were all my enemies. People like Tian Muyun aren't capricious at all. Yang Bufan harumphed coldly, seeming very angry. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen were both emotional people. They had their own bottom line when doing things. Tian Muyun's actions had exceeded their bottom line. Such a person made them feel deep disgust. Now that my master is imprisoned, he's on the verge of death. If I don't show up as soon as possible, Tian Muyun is likely to attack my master. So I have to go back now. I hope Brother Yang can help me. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. Just now, you said that Tian Muyun has already reached the half-step Immortal King realm and has extraordinary talent. If you go back with your current strength, I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to save your master, but you will also be in danger. Yang Bufan said, there are some things that I have to face. I, Jiang Chen, will never do anything that I will regret. Even if I'm not a match for Tian Muyun, I still have to go back. If I wait until I'm strong enough to fight against Tian Muyun before I go back to save my master might have already met with misfortune. There are some things that I have to do. Once I've done it, I won't regret it. Jiang Chen said faintly, full of lofty sentiments. Tyrant and a Huang dog nodded secretly at the back. The reason why they could become friends with Jiang Chen was because of Jiang Chen's friendship. They believed that if either of them was in trouble, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to go forward even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire ahead. Good. I, Yang Bufan, didn't choose the wrong person. Brother Jiang is a man who values friendship and righteousness. Naturally, I will help you. Also, I'm going to One Line Sky with you. I'd like to see what kind of abominable bastard Tian Muyun is. Yang Bufan suddenly stood up from his seat and said that he wanted to go back to One Line Sky with Jiang Chen. This stunned Jiang Chen. This was something that he had never thought of. Brother Yang, this isn't very good. The current situation in the Evil Abyss isn't very good. If you leave now, it might give the evil clan a chance. Jiang Chen said with a frown. It was true that Yang Bufan had good intentions, but the situation here wasn't very optimistic. Chapter 1346. You don't have to worry about this. I've had a lot of dealings with the evil clan. Now that you have killed Mo Ying and inflicted heavy damage to the army of the evil clan, although this will infuriate them, given their habits, they won't make a move in a short period of time. Their higher-ups should be making their final preparations to start a fierce battle with us. We'll go to One Line Sky. It will only take us half a day at most. At that time, I'll help you kill that Tian Muyun. Yang Bufan said casually. From his words, he didn't put Tian Muyun in his eyes at all. Of course this was normal. Although Tian Muyun was a rare genius in One Line Sky and also a legendary figure, The gap between him and Yang Bufan was obvious. The gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was unimaginable. Yang Bufan was now a true immortal king expert. Even though he was only an early immortal king, he was already strong enough to sweep across one-line sky. In other words, killing Tian Muyun would be as easy as pinching an ant. Little Chenzi, since the evil lord has decided to help you, we might as well let him follow you. At least, your safety will be guaranteed and there won't be a problem in rescuing your master, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. He agreed wholeheartedly that Yang Bufan could follow Jiang Chen. There was nothing better than this. All right. In that case, I'll accept Brother Yang's kindness, but I have promised Senior Ouyang that I will kill Tian Muyun with my own hands and help him revitalize Tianyun Pavilion. So Brother Yang doesn't need to kill Tian Muyun. You'll just follow me and act as a deterrent. Jiang Chen said. Killing Tian Muyun was his own business. He didn't want Yang Bufan to intervene. This was his promise to Ouyang He. So he had to fulfill it himself. Moreover, he was going to rule Skycloud Pavilion in the end. Therefore, he had to settle the grudge between him and Tian Muyun personally. Only then could he truly establish his prestige. The reason why he agreed to let Yang Bufan follow him was because he wanted to save Tianji. If he went back now, Tian Muyun would certainly stop him, making it extremely difficult for him to save Tianji. But if Yang Bufan followed him, with Yang Bufan's deterrence, saving Tianji wouldn't be a problem at all. All right, I promise you that I won't kill Tian Muyun. I won't do anything when you're not in danger. Yang Bufan nodded. He only followed Jiang Chen this time to protect Jiang Chen's safety. As for the private matter between Jiang Chen and Tianyun Pavilion, he wouldn't intervene. He knew that Jiang Chen was a very principled and an extremely strong man. Killing Tian Muyun was the biggest goal of Jiang Chen in One Line Sky. It was better to let Jiang Chen do it himself. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Jiang Chen couldn't wait any longer, because he didn't know how long Tianji had been imprisoned. This news should have been transmitted by Tianji before this. If it wasn't for the great divination art, he wouldn't have sensed it. Since the evil lord is following you, we won't go back with you. We might be able to help if we stay behind. De Huang Dog said. Initially, he planned to go back with Jiang Chen, but now that Yang Bufan was following them, it was unnecessary for him to go back with Tyrant. Staying behind could be considered as helping Jiang Chen. After all, they were extremely grateful that Yang Bufan was willing to help Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, then followed Yang Bufan into the spatial passageway leading to One Line Sky. With an immortal king personally controlling the spatial passageway, the speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while, both of them had already arrived at One Line Sky. The place where they appeared was similar to the place where Jiang Chen appeared last time. It was within the range of Yen City, a considerable distance away from Tianyun Pavilion in the center of One Line Sky. But this distance was nothing to Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. They could reach it in a few breaths of time. Let's go. I'll stay by your side. I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Bufan said. He was clad in a black robe. His angular face looked incomparably handsome. He had completely concealed his qi, following behind Jiang Chen. No one would have thought that this was such a terrifying figure. There had never been an immortal king in One Line Sky. Without any delay, Jiang Chen sped towards Tianyun Pavilion. He was now a half-step golden immortal expert. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, apart from Tian Muyun and Taoist Yufeng, no one was a match for him. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was still the same as before. Nothing had changed, but the atmosphere of the entire Tianyun Pavilion seemed a little dull. The few disciples who were guarding the mountain looked listless. Obviously, the matter of Jiang Chen and Tianji had greatly affected the atmosphere of Tianyun Pavilion. Do you think senior brother Jiang Chen will show up? Who knows? If he does, he will die for sure. Elder Tianji is really pitiful. He has been imprisoned by Sect Master Tian and is now in the law enforcement hall. This is really disappointing. Even if senior brother Jiang appears, he won't be able to save Elder Tianji. Instead, he will lose his life. I hope that senior brother Jiang won't come back. That's right. I also hope that senior brother Jiang won't come back. Given senior brother Jiang's speed of advancement, he will grow stronger sooner or later. I hope that senior brother Jiang will only come back when he becomes stronger. the few disciples who were guarding the mountain's side. They were all talking about the matter of Jiang Chen. It could be seen that their hearts were now on the same side as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's position in the hearts of all the disciples in Tianyun Pavilion was now very high. Even the outer disciples who had been harmed by Jiang Chen in the past felt the same way. Most of them had already regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Every young man had a dream, and that was to worship the strong. Compared to Tian Muyun, they worshipped Jiang Chen more. Just as the few disciples who were guarding the mountain finished their words, two figures suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate and stopped not far away from them. The few disciples were shocked. When they saw who it was, their faces changed dramatically and their mouths were wide open in shock. Jiang. Senior brother Jiang. The leading disciple stammered. He couldn't believe his eyes. They were just talking about Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen had really appeared. Senior brother Jiang, why did you come back? One of them asked. Where is Elder Tianji being imprisoned? Jiang Chen didn't have time to argue with these people and asked immediately. Chapter 1347. Yang Shu. Jiang Chen uttered this name coldly. If Tianji Zi fell into the hands of Yang Shu, it would not end well. Jiang Chen secretly swore that if anything happened to Tianji Zi, today would be the day of Yang Shu's death. This time, when he came back, he would make a scene in this Tianyun Pavilion. Ignoring these guarding disciples, Jiang Chen quickly flew in the direction of the law enforcement hall. No one dared to stop Jiang Chen's return, and the guarding disciples dared not to stop him either. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen was in a state of anger. If they stopped Jiang Chen at this time, wouldn't they just make trouble for themselves? They would die in vain. It seems that there will be a good show today. Brother Jiang is back with a helper. Alas, Brother Jiang is too impulsive. He really shouldn't have come back at this time. What's the use of bringing a helper? If he angers the head, he will not be a match for the head. The guarding disciples were worried about Jiang Chen, but they were sure that Tianyun Pavilion would not be peaceful today. When Jiang Chen was in Tianyun Pavilion, it seemed that it had never been peaceful, not to mention that Jiang Chen had come back in anger now. On the way to the law enforcement hall, one had to pass through the outer court, the inner court, and the core courtyard. Many people felt a strong aura and anger floating over from the sky, and many people saw the shadow of Jiang Chen. I think I saw Brother Jiang come back. Am I hallucinating? Yes, it's Jiang Chen. That's right. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has really come back. He has gone to the law enforcement hall. It's over. The law enforcement hall is going to be in chaos today. Jiang Chen must have come back to save Elder Tianji. Let's go and have a look. It seems that Jiang Chen is really angry, but the head has already expelled him from Tianyun Pavilion, so he is no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. An outsider who trespasses the law enforcement hall will be killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked. For a moment, the entire Tianyun Pavilion was in an uproar. Because of the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen, the deathly silent atmosphere instantly burst into an uproar. Most of the disciples thought that Jiang Chen's return was somewhat impulsive. It was basically useless to return in such a rage. It was almost impossible to rescue Tianji Zi. Outside the law enforcement hall was a large square. At this moment, there were several powerful disciples in the square. They were the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and their status in the Tianyun Pavilion was relatively high. When they saw Jiang Chen suddenly appear, they were incomparably shocked and immediately went up to stop him. Get out of the way. Jiang Chen said lightly. Senior brother Jiang, please don't make things difficult for us. You are no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. This is the law enforcement hall, the most important place in Tianyun Pavilion. A disciple said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. With their arrogance, it was rare for them to speak in such a gentle tone. However, now that they were facing Jiang Chen, they couldn't be tough even if they wanted to. I don't want to kill you. Get out of the way. Jiang Chen's tone began to turn cold. A disciple still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by another disciple. They automatically moved to the sides, leaving a path for Jiang Chen. Senior brother, we are derelict in our duty to let him in. A disciple said in a low voice. Idiot, is dereliction of duty more important or your life more important? If he wants to kill us, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. The senior disciple glared at the man. He knew his limits very well. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, He knew that there was no way he could stop Jiang Chen today. If he insisted on stopping Jiang Chen, it would be no different than courting death. Dun, dun, dun. Jiang Chen strode forward. Every step he took on the hard ground produced a sound like a war drum. Wherever he walked, the ground would crack. Yang Bufan followed behind Jiang Chen with his arms crossed, as if he was here for a sightseeing tour. Who is it? Powerful silhouettes flew out. They were the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. A few of them were golden immortal experts. Each of them was furious. The Law Enforcement Hall was the most important place in Tianyun Pavilion. It represented the dignity of Tianyun Pavilion. No one had ever dared to come here and cause trouble. But when they saw who it was, they couldn't help but be stunned. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would really dare to come back, an elder said in surprise. Cut the crap. Hand over my master. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. His tone was incomparably cold. Humph. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Is the Law Enforcement Hall a place where you can behave atrociously? You are no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Trespassing into the Law Enforcement Hall will only result in death. Tianji has been crippled by the Great Elder for insulting the sect master and being disrespectful to the Great Elder. An early golden immortal elder harumphed coldly and spoke to Jiang Chen complacently. Hong. Upon hearing that Tianji Zi's cultivation base had been crippled, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress his anger. With a loud bang, it spurted out from his body. The anger turned into a substantial flame, burning on top of Jiang Chen's head. Swoosh! Jiang Chen moved. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of that elder like a ghost. That elder didn't even have the chance to react before he was completely controlled by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm turned into a blood-red dragon claw, grabbing onto the elder's neck. The threat of death instantly filled the elder's body. This was the first time in his life that he had ever felt such a terrifying feeling. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? The other elders immediately put up their guard. What did you say just now? How's my master? Jiang Chen said word by word. Both of his eyes had turned completely blood-red. Currently, Jiang Chen was on the verge of exploding. Tianji Zi's cultivation base was crippled by Yang Shu. This was an outcome that he couldn't accept. I said that Tianji Zi was rude and disrespectful to the Great Elder. The Great Elder has already crippled his cultivation base. Jiang Chen, don't be arrogant. This is the Law Enforcement Hall. If you dare to make a move here, you will only end up worse than your master. That elder said viciously. Even though he was being controlled by Jiang Chen, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. In his opinion, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. Boom. Jiang Chen was infuriated. He exerted force in his palm. A wave of destructive energy gushed out like a tidal wave. The elder's head exploded with a loud bang. Blood sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this person. Tianyun Pavilion would have to undergo a major cleansing sooner or later. Tian Muyun had been running the place for 2 years. He already had a large number of trusted subordinates. The Law Enforcement Hall had long been under his complete control. To put it bluntly, all the elders in the Law Enforcement Hall were Tian Muyun's trusted subordinates. They were Tian Muyun's subordinates and would listen to him completely. Jiang Chen wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy for killing them. Chapter 1348. Jiang Chen was thoroughly infuriated. There was a sense of self-blame in his heart. He had come back too late. Tianji Zi had met with a mishap. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Tianji Zi wasn't dead yet. Even so, it was enough to infuriate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rarely got angry, but now, Yang Shu and Tian Muyun had succeeded in infuriating him. Yang Bufan, who was at the back, shook his head and looked at those elders of Law Enforcement Hall with a trace of pity. He knew very well that given Jiang Chen's means, none of these guys would have a good ending today. He was afraid that blood would flow like a river today. Hong. Jiang Chen's killing of the elders without any mercy immediately set off a wave of commotion. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so bold. This was the Law Enforcement Hall. Ever since the establishment of Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a disciple who went to the Law Enforcement Hall to kill an elder. This was the first time. Jiang Chen, how dare you come to the Law Enforcement Hall and kill an elder? Tianyun Pavilion has never had such a crazy disciple like you. Have you become so lawless? You don't put the rules of Tianyun Pavilion in your eyes at all. An intermediate golden immortal elder spoke aloud. He was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had met such a lawless disciple like Jiang Chen. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. The rules of Tianyun Pavilion are useless against me. Jiang Chen said. His body exploded all of a sudden, transforming into his dragon form. This showed Jiang Chen's attitude today. He wouldn't let this matter go. Someone was destined to pay a hefty price for the injury that Tianjizi had suffered, and it wasn't just a single person who had to pay the price. Roar! His anger could no longer be suppressed. Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar towards the sky. The entire Tianyun Pavilion shook. Terrifying energy rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. Cracks appeared on the ground, as if an earthquake had just happened. Oh my god! Senior brother Jiang has gone mad. He killed an early golden immortal expert in the blink of an eye. I've never seen senior brother Jiang so furious. Something big is going to happen in the sect today. I think senior brother Jiang's strength has become even more terrifying than before. He has already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. Now that sect master and Taoist Yu Feng are in seclusion, I wonder if there's anyone in the sect who is a match of senior brother Jiang. Elder Yang Shu's cultivation base has already reached the peak of late golden immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Even if senior brother Jiang has advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for Yang Shu. Plus, there are still 2 late golden immortal elders in the law enforcement hall. I think it won't be easy for senior brother Jiang to save Elder Tianji today. Let's go and watch the show. I hope that senior brother Jiang can save Elder Tianji. This matter is sect master's fault. He can imprison Elder Tianji, but he shouldn't have let Yang Shu imprison Elder Tianji. Because of the incident where Jiang Chen killed Chu Yuan, Yang Shu has been holding a grudge against Elder Tianji. Now that he has seized the opportunity, he won't let Elder Tianji have an easy time. AI. Many disciples shook their heads and sighed. Jiang Chen had already won the hearts of the disciples because of the incident in the ancient tomb. Countless disciples had a good impression of Jiang Chen, so much so that most of them were standing on Jiang Chen's side. Many disciples flew towards the direction of the law enforcement hall. Today was destined to be a good show. The Tianyun Pavilion was destined to not be peaceful today. At this moment, the square of the law enforcement hall had been ravaged by the energy released by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, who was in his dragon form, moved again. With a sway of his body, he appeared next to the intermediate golden immortal elder, who spoke just now like a ray of light. His powerful qi instantly locked on the elder. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. Without any real contact with Jiang Chen, one would never understand how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even though his cultivation base had already reached the intermediate golden immortal realm, when he was locked on by Jiang Chen's qi, he felt as if he had fallen into hell. Even his soul had turned cold. He tried to resist, but found that under the oppression of Jiang Chen, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Impossible! How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? I'm an intermediate golden immortal expert, but I can't even resist in front of him. The old man was extremely shocked. He could even feel the threat of death. Release my master. Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes were like a devil king. He stared at the elder without blinking. With just a glance, he had sentenced the elder to death. Jiang Chen, don't act recklessly. This is the law enforcement hall. Your master has been imprisoned by the hall master. Only the hall master can release him. The elder was a little scared and stuttered. If it was before, he still had some confidence that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to attack him. But the death of the elder had completely destroyed his last bit of confidence. The Jiang Chen standing in front of him was a truly ruthless man, a devil who killed without batting an eye. Then you can go to hell. Jiang Chen struck decisively. The sharp dragon claw pierced through the elder's chest, crushing his heart. You, how dare you? The elder could feel his life force slipping away rapidly. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He was a highly respected elder of Tianyun Pavilion with an incomparably distinguished status. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone die in the hands of a disciple. Hua! The other elders' expression changed drastically. Each of them couldn't help but retreat subconsciously. They looked at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at a devil king. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were all golden immortal experts, but all of them were early or intermediate golden immortal experts. None of them was a match for Jiang Chen. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. Motherfucker. This is the true character of senior brother Jiang. He's ruthless. He's always like this in the ancient tomb. Senior brother Jiang is the true character of a hot-blooded man. No one wouldn't dare to kill their master when their master is in trouble. If it was me, I would also do the same. Unfortunately, I don't have his ability. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion witnessed their elder being killed. Not only did they not get angry, but they were also incomparably excited. Such a performance could be considered as a miracle. Perhaps, only Jiang Chen could do this. Hong. Chapter 1349. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to start a massacre here? I hope you don't make a mistake and turn back to the shore. Otherwise, you will die today. An elder said loudly. Hand over my master, or all of you will die. Jiang Chen's tone was still emotionless. It was so cold that it chilled people's hearts. He knew very well that the law enforcement hall was now completely under Tian Muyun's control. These elders were Tian Muyun's trusted subordinates. He wouldn't even blink an eye even if he killed all of them. In Jiang Chen's opinion, these people deserved to be killed because they were members of the law enforcement hall. His master was tortured in the law enforcement hall. Although it was Yang Shu who did it, none of these elders expressed any sympathy for Tianjizi. Tianjizi's cultivation was crippled, and the law enforcement hall must pay the price. This price was not just for one person, but for the entire law enforcement hall. Seeing that Jiang Chen was really going to start a massacre, everyone was truly shocked. Even the disciples didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless. It seemed that he was going to kill all the elders of the law enforcement hall. This was too big of a gamble. Jiang Chen, don't kill us. Elder Tianjizi has been imprisoned by the hall master. No one can release him except the hall master. An elder said. In that case, there's no need for you to live anymore. The killing intent on Jiang Chen's body had condensed into a substance. The anger and killing intent in his body had accumulated. He had to vent it out. Jiang Chen, don't kill the innocent. This matter has nothing to do with us. Another elder hastily said. Facing Jiang Chen like this, other than feeling fear and dread, there was nothing else they could do. Nothing to do with us? Humph. My master is a highly respected genius of the sect. He has made great contributions to the sect. Now that he has been crippled by Yang Shu, do you feel sad? I can see that you are all very happy. You are just Yang Shu's dogs. Tian Muyun's dogs. Killing you is just like killing dogs. Jiang Chen's body was filled with murderous intent. Dragon roars could be heard continuously from his body. Powerful true dragons rushed out of his body like sharp swords and rushed towards each of the elders. It was almost certain that if Jiang Chen unleashed the 5-elemental combat dragon seal in the 5-elemental sphere, all of the elders would die. None of them would be able to survive. Many people held their breath, not daring to look at the brutal scene in front. If so many elders were killed, it would be a great blow to Tianyun Pavilion. No one could imagine the consequences. Stop. Just at this time, a shout suddenly sounded from the law enforcement hall. Then, 3 incomparably powerful chi emerged from inside. The one in the middle was Yang Shu. The other 2 were late golden immortal elders. Yang Shu was the hall master of the law enforcement hall and the other 2 were the vice hall masters. All of them had unparalleled status in Tianyun Pavilion, which ordinary people couldn't compare with. Jiang Chen, how dare you come to the law enforcement hall and act wildly? How dare you kill the elders of the law enforcement hall? That's outrageous. Yang Shu yelled as soon as he saw Jiang Chen. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Jiang Chen at all. Back when the sect master sent Jiang Chen to the evil abyss, he thought that Jiang Chen would be dead for sure. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen was still alive and standing here, and had become so powerful. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Yang Shu. Looking at the current Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but think of his dead disciple, Chu Yuan. He must avenge him. Old dog, let go of my master. Jiang Chen glared at Yang Shu fiercely. He had never wanted to kill someone so much. Jiang Chen, I advise you to let go of all the elders immediately. If you dare to kill one more person, I will kill Tianjizi immediately and then hold you accountable. Yang Shu said. Roar. However, as soon as Yang Shu's voice faded, a true dragon whizzed out and bit off the head of an elder. The elder died tragically on the spot. The scene was incomparably bloody. The other elders were trembling with fear, thinking that there was a mad dragon floating in front of them, wagging its tail and opening its mouth wide, ready to bite them to death at any time. Old dog, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let go of my master immediately. Otherwise, I will kill them all. Don't doubt whether I dare to do it or not. I can kill them all right now. Jiang Chen was wrapped in the battle dragon. He looked like a shocking god of war. No one could threaten him. Not even Yang Shu. Seeing this, the elders who were trapped by Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen pitifully. At this time, they didn't dare to doubt Jiang Chen's courage anymore. Their fate was now in the hands of Jiang Chen. Unless Yang Shu let go of Tianji Zi, they would all die. Jiang Chen, how dare you threaten me? Yang Shu was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he had a noble status. There had never been a disciple who dared to threaten him like this. However, as soon as Yang Shu said one more sentence, the mad dragon attacked and bit off the head of another elder. The whole scene was too horrifying, ruthless and cruel. He didn't give the other party a chance to bargain at all. He killed them without saying a word. This was how domineering he was. Domineering and killing. This was the true essence of the dragon transformation skill. At this moment, it was perfectly displayed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, stop. An elder beside Yang Shu couldn't stand it anymore and yelled on the spot. Arg. Unfortunately, his one more sentence immediately led to the tragic death of another elder. These elders were the most pitiful. They had already become the fishes on Jiang Chen's chopping board. They couldn't even resist. They could only wait for Jiang Chen to kill them. I'll go get Tianji Zi out. Another late golden immortal elder couldn't stand Jiang Chen's incisive means. Immediately, he turned and walked towards the inner area of the law enforcement hall. In just a few breaths of time, that elder returned with an old man beside him. This old man was none other than Tianji Zi. When Jiang Chen saw the current Tianji Zi, he felt tears welling up in his eyes, almost bursting into tears. Was this still the almighty Grandmaster Tianji he knew? There was no longer any trace of immortal qi lingering on Tianji Zi's body. His cultivation base had been completely crippled. His qi and meridians had all been destroyed. He had turned into a true old man with a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Only his eyes were still bright. That was the essence of a person. Even if his cultivation had been crippled, his essence wouldn't dissipate. Master. Jiang Chen felt his throat turning dry. His words began to tremble. The moment he saw Tianji Zi, the anger in Jiang Chen's chest could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 1350. Disciple. Seeing that Jiang Chen was really here, Tianji Zi's cracked lips trembled and uttered two words weakly. His eyes were filled with gratification, but more of it was worry. He was gratified that he hadn't misjudged Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was truly a man of affection and righteousness. Being able to accept such a disciple in his lifetime, he felt that it was worth it even if he ended up in such a miserable state. What he was worried about was that this was simply a trap. The fact that Jiang Chen had appeared here indicated that something bad was going to happen to him. But at the same time, Tianji Zi was incomparably proud of Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's speed of growth was just too fast. In just a short period of time, his cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal king realm, giving him the capital to roam the law enforcement hall. Old dog Yang Shu, you will die today. No one will be able to save you. Two flames shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. The current Jiang Chen was infuriated to the extreme. Everything that Tianji Zi had now was thanks to Yang Shu. This enmity must be avenged today. Humph. Jiang Chen, Tianji Zi deserves such an ending. He's already very lucky that he's still alive. Jiang Chen, I advise you to surrender immediately. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. Otherwise, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. That's right, Tianji Zi. Yang Shu harumphed coldly and threatened Jiang Chen. Consigned to eternal damnation? Well said. Today, I will consign your law enforcement hall to eternal damnation. Jiang Chen felt that all his anger and killing intent could no longer be suppressed. There was no need for the law enforcement hall to exist today. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the berserk dragons transformed from the 5 elements combat dragon seal attacked ferociously. Each of them opened their bloody mouths and raged towards the elders of the law enforcement hall. Arg! Blood-curdling screams resounded in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion, making one's hair stand on end. Under the ravaging of the berserk dragons, all the elders who were imprisoned by Jiang Chen had their heads bitten off and died tragically on the spot. For a moment, the entire square was filled with corpses and blood. The scene was bloody and brutal to the extreme. It was too brutal. Everyone was stunned. Pairs of camel bell-like eyes stared at the bloody scene. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would really kill all the elders of the law enforcement hall. One should know that all of them were golden immortal experts, the main force of Tianyun Pavilion. Each of them had an incomparably distinguished status in Tianyun Pavilion. But today, these highly respected elders were killed by Jiang Chen as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Even Tianji was moved by Jiang Chen's action, but he could see that the reason why Jiang Chen was so ruthless was entirely because of him, which indicated that he had a very high position in Jiang Chen's heart. But the fact that Jiang Chen had killed so many people made Tianji really worried. He even began to regret sending a message to Jiang Chen. After killing so many experts, it was almost impossible for Jiang Chen to walk out of Tianyun Pavilion alive. And at this moment, Tianji suddenly noticed the mysterious black-robed young man standing at the side of the square. That person had his arms crossed over his chest and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was completely unaffected by everything that was happening before him. It was as if this bloody scene was nothing more than a strange scenery to behold. The indifference and calmness in the depths of his eyes was really surprising. This man isn't simple. Tianji was shocked. Although his cultivation base had been abolished, he was proficient in the great divination art. He still had a good eye for people. He could see through Yang Bufan's strength at a glance. Upon realizing this, the worry in Tianji's heart suddenly disappeared. He knew that his disciple was a wise and far-sighted figure. He wouldn't take the initiative to court death. It seemed like Yang Bufan had brought a mysterious helper to Tianyun Pavilion. Ha ha ha! Tianji suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was carefree and carefree. Tianji, you don't have to be complacent. You're already a cripple. Do you think Jiang Chen can walk out of here today? After I kill Jiang Chen, I'll kill you and let you two reunite. Yang Shu spoke fiercely. He was incomparably angry now. Jiang Chen had killed all the elders of law enforcement hall in front of him. How could he still have his face? Jiang Chen, you are too audacious. It seems like you can't see the situation clearly at all. You're nothing but a madman. Yang Shu's body radiated powerful killing intent. The full release of his peak late golden immortal combat strength was terrifying. Kill him. Yang Shu ordered Lung Lung. A late golden immortal elder beside him erupted with powerful qi, lunging at Jiang Chen. He was the vice hall master of law enforcement hall, a trusted aide of Yang Shu and Tian Muyun. At this moment, he was also infuriated because Jiang Chen had killed so many people, which was a challenge to the dignity of law enforcement hall. As the vice hall master of law enforcement hall, he had the responsibility to defend the dignity of law enforcement hall. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The true dragon palm was struck out violently. A giant blood-red dragon claw pressed down like a small mountain, shrouding the late golden immortal elder underneath it. Not good. The elder turned pale with fright because he felt a power that he couldn't resist at all, oppressing him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Bang! Under the pressure of the true dragon palm, the late golden immortal elder let out a cry, and was slammed to the ground, creating a large pit. What? Everyone was shocked, including Yang Shu. All the elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen had created another miracle. One should know that the one who attacked them was a late golden immortal expert, not an intermediate golden immortal. Jiang Chen was merely a half-step golden immortal, but his combat strength was just too strong. A mighty late golden immortal couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. This was simply unimaginable. Oh my God! Is he still human? That's a late-stage golden immortal elder. He was actually slapped to the ground by a single slap, as though he was swatting a fly. Senior brother Jiang is just too powerful, and the speed of his growth is just too fast. No wonder he came here with such confidence. It turns out that he has already reached such a level of power. Not even a late golden immortal expert is a match for him. It seems like no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion can suppress Jiang Chen except for sect master and Taoist priest. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's power was a shock to them. This bastard. I have picked up a treasure. Tianji Zi's eyes sparkled. He appeared to be very excited, as though he had forgotten about his current situation. The elder who was slapped to the ground tried to get up, but Jiang Chen made his move again. Go to hell. Chapter 1351. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. An arrow of blood spurted out from under Jiang Chen's feet. This kick of Jiang Chen contained the power of the Azure Dragon 5 steps. The Vice Hall Master couldn't resist it at all and was trampled to death on the spot. Such a scene was so horrifying and bloody that many people couldn't stand it. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly. At this time, almost no one doubted Jiang Chen's courage and Jiang Chen's determination to save them. All the golden immortal elders of Law Enforcement Hall had been killed, leaving only Yang Shu and the other Vice Hall Master. Their faces were also incomparably unsightly. Yang Bufan, who had been calm all this while, also showed some emotion in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Jiang Chen was indeed the most heaven-defying monstrous genius he had ever seen. In terms of talent, even he had to admit his inferiority. Naturally, Yang Bufan was an incomparably arrogant person. People like him were always arrogant and rarely admired others. Those who could be admired by others must be extraordinary. Naturally, there were more golden immortal elders in Tianyun Pavilion than these. In addition to Law Enforcement Hall, there were many other departments in Tianyun Pavilion. There were also a lot of golden immortal elders standing in the distance, witnessing the scene with their own eyes. Normally, when the sect was in trouble, they should help, but now they had no intention of doing so. At first, they thought that Law Enforcement Hall was enough to deal with Jiang Chen, but now they didn't have the guts to do so. Even a late golden immortal expert couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen and was ruthlessly trampled under his feet. If they went forward, it would be no different from courting death. Jiang Chen had completely grown up. He was no longer the inner sect disciple who had just entered Tianyun Pavilion. They knew very well that in the current Tianyun Pavilion, no one could suppress Jiang Chen except for Tian Muyun and Taoist Yufeng. After killing a deputy hall chief, Jiang Chen did not stop there. His murderous aura did not weaken in the slightest. His blood-red eyes began to look at Yang Shu and the other deputy hall chief. Jiang Chen raised his foot once more and walked towards Yang Shu step by step. Every step he took made the ground tremble. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but the invisible deterrence that he exuded had already made everyone's heart turn cold. Even Yang Shu couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. There was no way he wouldn't be afraid. He was almost certain that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Although his strength was slightly stronger than the Vice Hall Master just now, it was only slightly stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen, let alone kill him so easily. Damn it, I should have gotten rid of this little bastard earlier. That's why I left behind such a disaster. I really regret it. Yang Shu regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He had many opportunities to kill Jiang Chen, but unfortunately, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would grow so fast? This kind of growth caught him off guard. However, it was too late for regret now. Hall Chief, what should we do? This kid has fully grown up. Even if you and I join forces, we're not a match for him. Sect Master and Taoist Yufeng haven't appeared yet. The Deputy Hall Chief said in a low voice. As Jiang Chen kept approaching, the ice-cold murderous aura and chilliness made him shudder. He felt that what he was facing now was not a human. He was facing a demon king, an unparalleled killing god. What are you afraid of? Tianji Zi is still in our hands. Yang Shu said with a cold face. He then grabbed Tianji Zi's shoulder and pulled him to his side. Jiang Chen, if you take one more step forward, I'll kill Tianji Zi right now. Yang Shu said fiercely. However, Yang Shu's threat didn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's footsteps didn't stop. His eyes were full of confidence, as if he had determined that Yang Shu wouldn't dare to do anything to Tianji Zi. It was a confidence that came from his bones and couldn't be faked at all. Yang Shu, you don't even have the guts to touch my master in front of me. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced Yang Shu's heart. It was a kind of humiliation, But it was exactly what Yang Shu was thinking. Jiang Chen was right. Even if Yang Shu grabbed Tianjizi now, he wouldn't dare to touch Tianjizi at all, because Tianjizi was his only trump card at this time. As long as Tianjizi was in his hands, he still had a chance to live. If he killed Tianjizi out of anger, he would lose his trump card completely and completely infuriate the Demon King, Jiang Chen. At that time, even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Yang Shu didn't want to exchange Tianjizi's life for his own. He felt that his life was very precious, at least more precious than Tianjizi, who was already a cripple. In fact, he was just afraid of death. Clang! The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, flickering with scarlet light. There was a shadow of a dragon flickering on the sword. At the same time, the 5 elemental sphere surged out from Jiang Chen's body. The powerful sphere turned into an invisible cage. Just like how he dealt with those elders, it instantly enveloped Yang Shu and the Vice Hall Master. After entering the 5 elemental sphere, Yang Shu and the Vice Hall Master's facial expression changed slightly. They could already feel the invisible pressure from the sphere. They were finally sure that the current Jiang Chen was really much stronger than them. Unless it was a half-step Immortal King expert, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion was a match for Jiang Chen. Stop! Just at this time, a loud shout suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared on the square. It was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. He had the demeanor of an immortal. The qi radiating from his body was terrifying. This was a true expert, a mighty half-step Immortal King. Taoist priest, this Jiang Chen is insane. He has killed all the elders of our law enforcement hall. Taoist priest, please kill this evildoer and avenge the death of our elders. Seeing the emergence of Taoist Yufeng, Yang Shu yelled as though he had found a life-saving straw. In his point of view, the emergence of Taoist Yufeng meant that someone would be able to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed so many people. It was imaginable what would happen to him today. Taoist Yufeng would never let Jiang Chen go. Chapter 1352. Jiang Chen, did you kill all these people? Do you know what you have done? You are still a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. How could you kill them like this? Taoist Yufeng looked distressed. He was an old man of Tianyun Pavilion and used to follow Ouyang He. Those who were killed in front of him were all elders of virtue and prestige in Tianyun Pavilion. They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of their own disciple. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Taoist Yufeng. I killed them, Taoist Yufeng. Are you here to stop me? Jiang Chen glanced at Taoist Yufeng Lung. The killing intent on his body did not diminish at all. Today's matter would not end so easily. Many people were going to die. Taoist, this little bastard has lost his mind. Please kill him immediately. Otherwise, he will become a great disaster sooner or later, said Yang Shu while gnashing his teeth. Yang Shu gritted his teeth. Now, he no longer had the thought of killing Jiang Chen by himself. Now, the only thing he hoped for was for Taoist Yufeng to kill Jiang Chen. That would be the best result. Jiang Chen, I want you to stop what you are doing at once and accept the punishment of the sect. You have committed a heinous crime, said Taoist Yufeng. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Why should I accept your punishment? Jiang Chen sneered. Jiang Chen, you have destroyed the law enforcement hall. This has never happened in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore you must be punished. Otherwise, Tianyun Pavilion will lose its face. Taoist Lung said. He was standing on the side of Tianyun Pavilion. Today, he must punish Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how could Tianyun Pavilion establish a foothold in one-line sky in the future? Now, he began to regret going into seclusion and not appearing earlier. If he had appeared earlier, this massacre could have been avoided and Jiang Chen wouldn't have been consigned to eternal damnation. As a matter of fact, he still had hope for this talented disciple, Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, there was no room for redemption now. What Jiang Chen did had pushed him into the abyss. In fact, even if Taoist Yufeng appeared earlier, he still couldn't change the outcome. The one who was truly consigned to eternal damnation would not be Jiang Chen. Humph. Face. I don't know if face is more important or your life is more important. Brother Yang, kill him. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, then turned to Yang Bufan who didn't move at all. There was no relationship between him and Taoist Yufeng. If Taoist Yu Feng wanted to stop him, he would be dead just like the others. He could stop Yang Bufan from killing Tian Muyun, but he had no opinion on killing Taoist Yu Feng. Bastard! Upon hearing this, Taoist Yu Feng was infuriated. A tyrannical force overflowed from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack Jiang Chen. But at this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly fell on his head and spread throughout his body. Hiss! Taoist Yu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This pressure was too strong. He couldn't bear it at all. All his qi was instantly extinguished by this invisible pressure. That pressure was like an invisible mountain, suffocating him and even made him feel the threat of death. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. When he sensed the source of this invisible pressure, he looked over and saw a black-robed man standing there calmly, looking at him with cold eyes. An immortal king expert. Taoist Yu Feng was shocked. As a mighty half-step immortal king, he was very sensitive to the qi of an immortal king. He was almost sure that this black-robed man was a mighty immortal king. An immortal king. What kind of concept was that? There had never been an immortal king in one-line sky. The gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was unimaginable. Although Taoist Yu Feng was one of the one-line 8 immortals, he was as vulnerable as an ant in front of a true immortal king. You'd better not do it, Yang Bufan spoke. Yang Bufan spoke. This was the first time he spoke since he came to Sky Cloud Pavilion, but it was such a simple sentence that made Taoist Yu Feng sweat profusely. He was on the verge of collapsing and his body began to tremble. At this time, many people began to pay attention to this black-robed man. They all knew that this was the helper that Jiang Chen brought here, but he didn't move at all. Moreover, he had completely concealed his qi, making people unable to see his true cultivation base. But now, just a sentence from this black-robed man had frightened Taoist Yu Feng so much that he didn't dare to move. The only explanation was that this black-robed man was too powerful. My God! Who is this black-robed man? Could he be a mighty immortal king? How could he be able to suppress Taoist Yu Feng so easily? Damn it! I never thought that he would be an expert. No wonder Jiang Chen is so unscrupulous. But who is this man? I've never seen him before. If there's such an expert in one-line sky, we should have heard of him. He's probably a mighty immortal king. Will he really kill Taoist Yu Feng? No one wasn't shocked. The scene was getting more and more shocking. No one had thought that the black-robed man who had been indifferent all this while was actually a hidden expert. He's really powerful. I wonder who he is. Tianji Zi's countenance changed. He had already guessed it before. Now that he saw Taoist Yu Feng's performance, he was even more certain of his guess. Disciple, don't kill Taoist Yu Feng. Tianji Zi hastily said to Jiang Chen. He was really afraid that the black-robed man would attack, because Taoist Yu Feng really shouldn't be killed. If there was one person in Tianyun Pavilion whom he, Tianji Zi, respected, it would be Taoist Yu Feng. Tianji Zi spoke very quickly, because he was afraid that Taoist Yu Feng would die if he was a step slower. An immortal king didn't need a reason to kill. After listening to Tianji Zi's words, Yang Bufan's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. After seeing Jiang Chen nod to him, he retracted his pressure, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and returned to his previous appearance, motionless like a statue. The pressure vanished. Taoist Yu Feng wiped the sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Yang Bufan from the corner of his eyes and revealed a look of fear. Just now, he had really taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Just like what Tianji Zi was worried about, if an immortal king wanted to kill him, he would certainly die. Taoist Yu Feng, my master didn't allow me to kill you. This shows that you are still a good person. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved. Jiang Chen spoke to Taoist Yu Feng. This was the last time he would remind Taoist Yu Feng. If Yu Feng dared to target him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. Taoist Yu Feng no longer had the imposing manner he had before. In front of an immortal king, he didn't even dare to release his qi. He looked at Tianji Zi and sent him a grateful look, but when he saw the state of Tianji Zi, his expression changed dramatically once more. Then, a surge of anger was released from his body. Chapter 1353. Bastard! Bastard! Taoist Yu Feng was furious. Just now, his attention was focused on those elders who died tragically, but he had neglected Tianji Zi. Only now did he notice the changes in Tianjizi. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Tianjizi's cultivation base had been completely crippled, turning him into an old man past his prime. This made Taoist Yufeng very angry. He thought that Tian Muyun had imprisoned Tianjizi in the law enforcement hall and let Yang Shu watch over him. He never thought that Yang Shu would do such a cruel thing to Tianjizi. This situation made Taoist Yufeng grieve. Tianjizi was one of the most important elders in Tianyun Pavilion. He had made great contributions to Tianyun Pavilion, and was the person that Taoist Yufeng valued the most. His great divination art had also won Taoist Yufeng's admiration. No matter from which aspect, Tianjizi shouldn't end up like this. Yang Shu, why did you cripple Elder Tianji's cultivation base? Why? Taoist Yufeng was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly unable to accept this result. Looking at Taoist Yufeng's reaction, Jiang Chen couldn't help nodding his head secretly. He finally understood why Tianjizi didn't allow him to kill Taoist Yufeng. This old Taoist was a righteous person who wholeheartedly served the sect and didn't have too much selfishness. Jiang Chen could almost imagine that Taoist Yufeng was Ouyang He's best friend when he followed him. If Tianyun Pavilion was handed over to this person in the future, perhaps Jiang Chen could rest assured. After all, even if Jiang Chen ruled Tianyun Pavilion in the future, or even One Line Sky, it was impossible for him to stay here and be a leader. He had a greater goal, which was to go to a faraway place. Taoist priest, Tianjizi spoke rudely and insulted the sect leader, completely disrespecting the authority of the Hall of Law Enforcement. That's why I crippled his cultivation base. Considering how much he has done for the sect, I didn't kill him. Yang Shu defended himself. He couldn't help glancing at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. His tone was no longer as firm as before. He was no fool. At this time, how could he not see that the black-robed man who came with Jiang Chen was an incomparably terrifying figure? Even Taoist Yufeng was afraid of him, let alone him. Bastard! Yang Shu, you've made an unforgivable mistake. Who gave you the right to destroy Elder Destiny's cultivation? Taoist Yufeng had the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Now, he finally understood why Jiang Chen was so furious that he didn't hesitate to let the entire Hall of Law Enforcement turn into a river of blood. All of this was what Yang Shu asked for. If Yang Shu hadn't crippled Tianjizi's cultivation base, Jiang Chen wouldn't have killed Tianjizi. Yang Shu had completely infuriated a mad dragon, causing Skycloud Pavilion to suffer such a heavy loss. All of a sudden, Taoist Yufeng had some appreciation for Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen was willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire to save his master was enough to show that he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. It was a loss for the sect to not cherish such a talent. Taoist Yufeng sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, Tianyun Pavilion wasn't under his control. Otherwise, he would have protected Jiang Chen at all costs. Unfortunately, it was too late. Taoist priest, I know I was wrong. I hope you can save me. Yang Shu bowed to Taoist Yufeng. At this moment, he truly felt fear, an unprecedented fear. When a person's last hope was lost, all that was left was despair. He didn't want to die, so he begged. However, could Taoist Yufeng really save him? Obviously it was impossible. Jiang Chen would never buy it. Jiang Chen had a powerful expert behind him. What could Taoist Yufeng do? If it weren't for Tianjizi's help, Taoist Yufeng would have been a dead man by now. Yang Shu, not even God can save you. Jiang Chen's tone was still cold. Yang Shu, release Tianjizi now. Taoist Yufeng ordered. However, Yang Shu didn't dare to release Tianjizi. If it was during normal times, he wouldn't dare to disobey Taoist Yufeng's order. But now, Tianjizi was his last trump card. Once he lost it, Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. This was almost certain. Jiang Chen, I hope you can give this old Taoist some face. As long as Yang Shu hands over your master to you, I'll spare his life. How about it? Taoist Yufeng said to Jiang Chen tentatively. Impossible. Yang Shu must die today. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Taoist Yufeng, because Taoist Yufeng didn't have that much face in front of him. Haha, Yang Shu, are you afraid now? Although Tianjizi was under Yang Shu's control, he still couldn't help sneering. Such a scene really made him feel satisfied and carefree. As for whether Yang Shu would kill him out of anger, Tianjizi didn't really care. In fact, He was just a walking corpse in his current state. A powerful golden immortal had his cultivation crippled. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any psychological shock. Sometimes, falling from the top of the pyramid all of a sudden was worse than being killed. Shut up. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Yangshu seemed to have gone mad. He had begun to go crazy. When a person was in despair, he would often do something crazy. Yangshu, even if you have the guts, you won't have the chance. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen moved. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, his master was still in the hands of the other party. There was always a certain danger. Swish. Jiang Chen's movement was very fast. Combined with the 5 elements domain, he cast the 9 Phantom Wolves. That kind of speed and fierceness couldn't be accepted by ordinary people. For a moment, the entire square was filled with Jiang Chen's figures, dazzling everyone's eyes. Yangshu himself was stunned for a moment, but this moment was enough for Jiang Chen. Arg! Yangshu suddenly cried out in alarm. He only felt a sharp weapon cutting off his arm. When he reacted, he only saw the arm that had been cut off and blood spurting out crazily. And this arm was the arm that he used to control Tianjizi. Jiang Chen's figure had already vanished. Tianjizi had already been brought to the side by Jiang Chen. Fast, it was just too fast. Many people didn't even see how Jiang Chen did it. No one wasn't shocked. Was he still human? Since when did he become so casual and easy to save a late golden immortal expert? Master, disciple has come late. Jiang Chen bowed deeply to Tianjizi. His eyes were full of apology. Jiang Chen understood that the reason why Tianjizi was in such a state was entirely because of him. The 3 major powers couldn't find him, which was why they vented their anger on Tianjizi. Not late. Not late at all. It's enough for me to accept you as my disciple in this lifetime. Chapter 1354. Tianjizi's words made Jiang Chen's nose turn sour. Regarding Tianjizi's current situation, Jiang Chen felt extremely guilty. If it wasn't for him, Tianjizi would still be the prestigious elder of Tianyun Pavilion. No matter how eccentric, arrogant and despotic he was, no one would dare to touch him. But now, because of him, he had given Tianmuyun and the others a reason to touch Tianjizi. Therefore, Jiang Chen blamed himself. Therefore, someone must pay the price for Tianjizi's current situation. It was a very heavy price. Yangshu wouldn't have a good ending today. Yangshu, who was at the back, had a look of horror on his face. He looked at his broken arm that was still spurting out blood, but he didn't feel any pain. He was already numb from fear. His eyes shifted to Jiang Chen with extreme horror. Until now, he still hadn't realized how Jiang Chen attacked him. It was just too fast. Even with his ability, he didn't even have the chance to react. This was too terrifying. At this moment, the Vice Hallmaster was completely dumbfounded as well. There was no longer any trace of the vigor he had before. He was completely listless as he stood there with a pale face, not daring to speak a single word. AI. In the distance, Taoist Yufeng couldn't help but sigh heavily. He had the heart to help Yangshu, but he was powerless. Yang Bufan was just standing there, but the whole one-line sky was trembling, let alone Taoist Yufeng. Moreover, Taoist Yufeng was also incomparably angry at this moment. Fundamentally, he thought that Yangshu deserved it. Although Jiang Chen's method was cruel, it showed the courage of a man, which was worthy of praise. In Taoist Yufeng's opinion, if Yangshu hadn't destroyed Tianjizi, Jiang Chen would never be so furious. At least, he wouldn't kill all the elders of Law Enforcement Hall, causing the Law Enforcement Hall to fall into an irrecoverable situation. After saving Tianjizi, Jiang Chen felt slightly more at ease. However, the matter was not resolved yet, and he definitely would not give up after saving Tianjizi. Jiang Chen's aura shook. He turned around and looked at Yangshu. His eyes were blood-red and incomparably cold, containing the killing intent of a demon king. Just one look was enough to make Yangshu's heart tremble. That was the trembling of his soul, representing the gap between him and Jiang Chen. Yangshu understood that Jiang Chen had fully grown up. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. It seems that you were once a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Please spare my life. Yangshu begged for mercy. In the face of death, everyone was vulnerable. Even the highly respected golden immortal elders were the same. Yang Shu was scared out of his wits. Most importantly, he had seen the situation clearly. He had completely lost all hope today. Jiang Chen didn't come alone. He had brought a mighty immortal king with him. Taoist Yu Feng didn't even dare to move in front of the black-robed man, let alone save Yang Shu. Even if Tian Muyun appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to save Yang Shu. In addition, Tianji Zi, his trump card, had been completely lost. Jiang Chen was much stronger than him. He no longer had any trump card that could threaten Jiang Chen. And he had completely fallen into the hands of Jiang Chen, becoming a fish on the chopping block, waiting for Jiang Chen to judge his fate. Although Yang Shu knew that the hope of making Jiang Chen let him go was very slim, even if it was just a sliver of death, he would fight for it, because he really didn't want to die. Kneel down. Jiang Chen shouted coldly at Yang Shu. What? Yang Shu was stunned. Immediately, his face turned incomparably unsightly. Jiang Chen, I'm still the hall master of the law enforcement hall. If I kneel down in public, I will lose all my face. How am I going to establish myself in Tianyun Pavilion in the future? Yang Shu was a little angry. Given his identity, if he knelt down in public, he wouldn't be able to stay in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Even if he continued to be the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he wouldn't be able to convince the public. At that time, no one would listen to him, and he would become a laughingstock. This was something Yang Shu couldn't accept. Yang Shu, it seems like you still haven't recognized the reality. At this time, you are still thinking of establishing yourself in Tianyun Pavilion? What a ridiculous idea. Since you won't kneel down, I will beat you until you do. Kneel down and kowtow to my master to atone for your sins. Jiang Chen's voice was still incomparably cold. Then, an incomparably powerful wave of qi surged out of his body, gushing towards Yang Shu like a tidal wave. Run. Feeling Jiang Chen's tyrannical strength, Yang Shu was completely sure that he and Jiang Chen were not on the same level. Not to mention that he had lost an arm. Even if he was in his heyday, he would not be a match for Jiang Chen at all. Immediately, he didn't dare to be careless. He turned into a light shadow and fled into the distance. Even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape from my 5 elements field domain. Jiang Chen had long expected that Yang Shu would choose to escape at the last moment. Just as Yang Shu made his move, Jiang Chen also moved. He immediately launched the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw, like a huge blood-red barrier, pressed down on Yang Shu's head. Ah! Yang Shu let out a miserable cry. Like the previous vice hall master, he was smashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Jiang Chen strode forward, grabbed Yang Shu's neck, lifted him up like a chicken and brought him to Tianji Zi. At this moment, Yang Shu was in a very sorry state. His broken arm had seriously affected his combat strength. Even if he resisted with all his strength, he was no match for the half-step immortal king Jiang Chen. Plop! Under the oppression of Jiang Chen, Yang Shu knelt on the ground, kneeling in front of Tianji Zi. Kowtow. Jiang Chen said lung lung. Haha. Yang Shu, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Tianji Zi lowered his head to look at Yang Shu, who was kneeling on the ground like a dog, and let out an incomparably carefree smile. Thinking of how Yang Shu had treated him these days, Tianji Zi lifted one of his feet and kicked Yang Shu's face. It just so happened that Tianji Zi's shoes were dirty these days. This kick left a 7-size shoe print on Yang Shu's face. Fuck your mother. Tianji Zi was not a kind person. If there was a grudge, he would take revenge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to vent all the depression in his heart. In front of everyone, Tianji Zi raised his left and right feet and kicked Yang Shu's face one after another like firecrackers. The scene of a law enforcement hallmaster kneeling on the ground being kicked in the face was shocking enough. For Yang Shu, he had lost all his face. Bastard! Tianji Zi, Jiang Chen. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. Yang Shu completely exploded. This humiliation had already made him collapse. He actually asked for death. Chapter 1355. The scene was very brutal. Seeing the hallmaster of the law enforcement hall being humiliated, none of the elders and disciples in Tianyun Pavilion made a move to stop it. For some reason, such a scene actually made many of them feel a trace of pleasure. To Yang Shu, it was indeed a kind of sorrow that he had fallen to such an extent. You want to die now, but I won't let you die. I will let you understand that death is a luxury for you, a pursuit. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold, devoid of any emotion. Sometimes, to a person, death wasn't the scariest thing. What was scarier than death was not being able to die even if you wanted to. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard all of a sudden. Then, an incomparably powerful silhouette appeared on the square. The one who came was a handsome young man. He seemed to be less than 30 years old, but his qi was extremely powerful, much stronger than Taoist Yufeng. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the half-step immortal king realm. Such a figure was undoubtedly very terrifying. In Tianyun Pavilion, there was only one such person. Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun had appeared. He had been in seclusion all this while, trying to break through to the immortal king realm. This time, he was disturbed by the matter of the law enforcement hall, so he had no choice but to come out. Facts had proven that Tian Muyun's talent was indeed very great. He had also obtained a lot of benefits from this seclusion. This could be seen from the qi that he was releasing. After Tian Muyun appeared, his eyes swept across the square and saw Yang Shu kneeling on the ground. His anger rose in an instant, especially when he saw Jiang Chen's current cultivation base. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. That's right, Jiang Chen's abnormal strength had made him jealous. It wasn't just a normal kind of jealousy, because Jiang Chen's advancement was just too fast, which caught everyone off guard. What was more unacceptable was Jiang Chen's combat strength. Such combat strength was even more terrifying than the speed of advancement. With a cultivation base of half-step immortal king, he could easily suppress a late golden immortal. In the entire immortal world, apart from Jiang Chen, there was no one else who could do this. Jiang Chen, you really have guts. You're really too gutsy. You actually dare to come here and behave atrociously. Don't tell me you don't put me in your eyes? Tian Muyun Lang said. Tian Muyun, we haven't settled the score between us. Jiang Chen glanced sideways at Tian Muyun. With Yang Bufan present, he didn't put Tian Muyun in his eyes at all. Sect leader, save me. Hurry up and save me. When Yang Shu saw Tian Muyun, he once again saw hope. In his point of view, Tian Muyun was the #1 expert in one-line sky and had always been a legend in one-line sky. Perhaps, Tian Muyun could really save him. What Yang Shu thought was right. Tian Muyun was indeed very strong. His current combat strength had surpassed the other 7 one-line immortals. Given his current ability, if it wasn't for Yang Bufan's presence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to save Yang Shu from Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, because of Yang Bufan's presence, Yang Shu's wish could only come to nothing. Jiang Chen, you're a guy with guts. You actually dared to come here to save someone. I admire you very much, but you really shouldn't have chosen to go against me, because that's courting death. I want you to let go of Elder Yang Shu now. In that case, you and Tianjizi won't end up too miserable. Tian Muyun looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly. His tone was also condescending. He hadn't noticed Yang Bufan's existence when he just appeared. Even if he saw Yang Bufan, he wouldn't pay attention to him because Yang Bufan looked too ordinary on the surface. Moreover, Tian Muyun was too arrogant. He believed that he was the #1 expert in one-line sky and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. However, he would never have thought that Jiang Chen would invite the evil lord over. Plop. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Tian Muyun at all. A great force fell on Yang Shu's body, causing Yang Shu's head to hit the ground with a plop. It was a heavy kowtow to Tianjizi. Presumptuous. Upon seeing this, Tian Muyun was infuriated. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, but Jiang Chen didn't give him any face in front of all the elders and disciples. This made him very angry. A powerful qi rushed out of Tian Muyun's body. Judging from his appearance, he was ready to attack. His law enforcement hallmaster was humiliated in front of him. If he didn't do anything, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion would look up to him anymore. Whoosh! Just as Tian Muyun made his move, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Sensing that someone was blocking his way, Tian Muyun's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he halted his steps. He raised his head and saw a black-robed man calmly standing in front of him. Although he didn't unleash his qi, Tian Muyun was truly shocked. An immortal king expert. Tian Muyun wasn't a fool. Given his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yang Bufan at such a close distance. The rippling airflow around him was enough to prove that Yang Bufan was an immortal king. "You are Tian Muyun?" Yang Bufan spoke. The way he looked at Tian Muyun was full of contempt and disgust. It was hard for him to look straight at a person who had betrayed his master. He didn't even want to look at such a person. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's order, he would have slapped Tian Muyun to death. "Who are you?" Tian Muyun behaved calmly. After all, he had a strong cultivation base. If he went all out, he already had the capital to fight an early immortal king. "Evil Lord." Yang Bufan revealed his name. "What? Evil Lord?" Tian Muyun exclaimed. Taoist Yu Feng, who was beside him, exclaimed as well. Others might not know who the Evil Lord was, but they had heard of him. All of them had some understanding of the evil abyss. Even if they hadn't been there before, they basically knew about the situation inside. This person in front of them was the Evil Lord, a mighty existence that could stand firm in evil abyss. Such a peerless figure wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Chapter 1356. Amazing! Just who is this Sin Lord? Just the name alone is enough to tell that he's no ordinary person. I have a feeling that he might be related to the evil abyss, and he's an incredible figure in the evil abyss. Think about it. Jiang Chen was able to walk out of the evil abyss successfully. Which ordinary person could do that? Therefore, I think that the reason why Jiang Chen could walk out of the evil abyss is probably related to this evil lord. This man is very likely to be a mighty immortal king, even more powerful than sect master and Taoist Yu Feng. Jiang Chen is truly amazing. He could actually come into contact with such a big shot after a trip to the evil abyss, and even made the other party take the initiative to help him. It seems like he came prepared today. If Elder Yang Shu is really in danger, not even sect master can save him. The appearance of Yang Bufan once again attracted everyone's attention. They were afraid that only a mighty immortal king would be able to frighten Tian Muyun. There was no true immortal king in One Line Sky. One could only imagine how powerful Yang Bufan's deterrence was. "I'm the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun. Greetings, Evil Lord, but today's matter is an internal matter of Tianyun Pavilion. I hope Evil Lord won't get involved." Tian Muyun clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. No matter how arrogant Tian Muyun was, he wouldn't dare show the slightest neglect in the face of an immortal king. If it was an ordinary immortal king, Tian Muyun might not pay too much attention to it, but this man in front of him was obviously not an ordinary immortal king. This could be seen from Yang Bufan's age. To be able to reach the immortal king realm at such a young age, he must be a genius among geniuses. Tian Muyun could even feel that Yang Bufan's talent was absolutely not inferior to his own. Currently, Yang Bufan's cultivation base was at the peak of early immortal king realm, only one step away from advancing to the intermediate immortal king realm. Internal matter? Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion anymore. Besides, I, Evil Lord, don't care if it's an internal matter or not. Yang Bufan's tone was very flat, but the overflowing pressure made people feel incomparably uncomfortable. Pah! As soon as his voice faded, Yang Bufan struck decisively. A heavy slap landed on Tian Muyun's face. The sound of the slap reverberated throughout the square. This slap made Tian Muyun spin 3 times on the spot. Yang Bufan's attack was too fast. Even with Tian Muyun's ability, he didn't have the chance to react at all. Wha! The whole audience was in an uproar. This slap was a solid slap on the face of their sect leader. He was the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion, the genius legend of the entire One Line Sky and the super expert of One Line 8 Immortals. Today, he was slapped in the face in public. This was a real humiliation. Tian Muyun's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't choose to fight back. From the slap just now, he was completely sure that he was no match for the black-robed man in front of him. They weren't on the same level at all. If he fought back, the black-robed man would probably crush him with just a finger. "What? I hit you, but you don't seem to be convinced." Yang Bufan smiled and gave another backhand slap. Pah! The other half of Tian Muyun's face was also slapped, and he spun 3 times on the spot. Pa 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 pa. Next, Yang Bufan continued to slap Tian Muyun's face like firecrackers. Tian Muyun didn't even have the strength to resist. After dozens of slaps, Tian Muyun's face had completely changed, turning into a tender pig's head. He stood on the spot and kept swaying. It seemed that he had been beaten senseless. I hate ungrateful villains like you the most. If it weren't for Brother Zhang's warning, you would have been dead by now. But killing you will only dirty my hands. Bah! Yang Bufan said, not forgetting to spit on Tian Muyun's face. This kind of humiliation was indescribable. At this moment, the anger in Tian Muyun's heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was like a volcano, but it was firmly suppressed by him. Tian Muyun stood there without saying a word. Today's situation was very clear to him. Jiang Chen came prepared. He had brought back a powerful immortal king as his helper. No one in One-Line Sky was a match for such a character. Even if the One-Line Sky 8 immortals attacked him at the same time, they would still be slapped to death like flies. Therefore, no matter how much hatred Tian Muyun had in his heart, he could only endure it in order to live. This man is really scary. He can endure such humiliation. He's very shrewd. Jiang Chen, who was not far away, saw all this. His opinion of Tian Muyun rose a little, but his intention to kill Tian Muyun would never change. The atmosphere in the entire square was extremely depressing. Many elders' eyes were overflowing with a trace of anger. Seeing their sect master being slapped was not only a humiliation to Tian Muyun, but also a humiliation to the entire Tianyun pavilion. But no matter how angry they were, no one dared to step forward. No one was a fool. Stepping forward to fight against an immortal king was no different from courting death. The other party could easily blow them to death. Humph! Yang Bufan snorted coldly in disgust, then turned around and no longer looked at Tian Muyun. But as long as he stood here today, he would bring absolute pressure to everyone. Yang Shu, who was kneeling on the ground, was in complete despair. Even the sect master had been humiliated. Who else could save him? No one could save him. He had completely become the fish in Jiang Chen's hand, waiting to be slaughtered. See, Yang Shu? No one can save you. I've already said that you will be punished today. No one can save you. Jiang Chen's voice was like the king of hell. Every word was sentencing Yang Shu to death. Kill me, Jiang Chen. Kill me. Yang Shu roared. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen's great strength, lying on the ground and unable to move. He couldn't even lift his head. You want to die? I won't let you die. Don't you have a distinguished identity? Aren't you the master of the law enforcement hall? Then I'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid. I'll treat you the same way you treated my master. Today, I'll cripple you. Let's see how you can establish a foothold in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Chapter 1357. Every word of Jiang Chen was like a sharp knife stabbing into Yang Shu's heart. Cripple his cultivation? Become a cripple? This was something Yang Shu had never thought about. He had never thought about the ending. Now that he thought about it, his whole body was trembling. It was too terrible. It was 100 times worse than killing him. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he had made too many enemies. Once he fell from the top of the pyramid, he would completely become a clown. Everyone who saw him would definitely look at him with disdain, ridicule, and pity. Those who were bullied and looked down upon by him in the past would step on his head and even spit on him. At that time, the whole world would be gloomy. He would be like a rat on the street, the object of ridicule everywhere. All his dignity would be gone. This was a cruel world, a world where strength was respected. When you lost your strength, you really couldn't have a foothold. At that time, not to mention law enforcement hall, perhaps it would be difficult for you to be a sweeper in Tianyun Pavilion. No! Yang Shu roared. He couldn't imagine what his future life would be like. It would be worse than death, and he absolutely didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Therefore, dying in Jiang Chen's hands was the best choice. Kill me, Jiang Chen. Hurry up and kill me. Yang Shu seemed to have gone mad. He had completely lost himself. He no longer had the bearing of an elder. Now, he only wished for death because he had completely lost all hope. Jiang Chen had truly grown up to the point where he could only look up to him. Even Tian Muyun couldn't save him. Yang Shu had no illusions and extravagant hopes for himself. Jiang Chen didn't care about Yang Shu's despair. He stretched out his dragon claw and slapped the top of Yang Shu's head. A destructive force drilled into Yang Shu's body through his head. Cracking sounds could be heard incessantly from his body. Not long after, Yang Shu's whole body went limp, lying on the ground like a dog. His body kept twitching. Many people could see that the energy in Yang Shu's body was rapidly draining. This wasn't an ordinary energy draining, but a real disappearance. It would never come back. Compared to Tianjizi, Yang Shu's experience was even more miserable. Yang Shu's qi and meridians were completely shattered. Even his soul was injured. This was an injury that couldn't be healed. In other words, Yang Shu had completely become a cripple from now on. He was worse than a cripple, because he could no longer do anything except walk. The dignified hall master of the law enforcement hall of Heavenly Cloud Pavilion had ended up like this. It was truly a sad sight. Alas! What a pity! Elder Yang Shu is so pitiful now. He doesn't even have the right to die. A pitiful person must be hateful. Jiang Chen is returning the favor. If Yang Shu didn't treat Tianjizi like that in the beginning, I believe that Jiang Chen wouldn't be so ruthless. Yang Shu only has himself to blame. Jiang Chen is a person who can't be trusted. Those who go against him won't have a good end. The law enforcement hall is completely finished. Today, the hallmaster has also suffered humiliation. It can be said that Tianyun Pavilion has suffered an unprecedented blow. Although Jiang Chen is too ruthless, he is a man of character. He is full of blood and righteousness. It would be a good choice to be friends with him. Many people were sighing. Yang Shu's experience was really a very sad thing. But who could be blamed for all this? He only had himself to blame. This day was destined when he killed Tianjizi. Get lost, old dog. Jiang Chen kicked Yang Shu in disgust. Yang Shu's body was sent flying away and fell 10 feet away. At this moment, Yang Shu's body curled up on the ground. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. He was like a poor mouse and no one came forward to help him up. Tian Muyun saw all this with his own eyes. Anger flickered in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. All this was because of Jiang Chen. But what Tian Muyun could do now was to endure it. Because there was nothing else he could do. He didn't have the courage to attack Jiang Chen. There was a terrifying tiger standing next to him that could take his life at any time. Swish! After destroying Yang Shu, Jiang Chen turned to look at the last vice hallmaster of Law Enforcement Hall. The vice hallmaster was terrified. He was now in Jiang Chen's domain and had no room to resist. Jiang Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't touch Elder Tianjizi. The vice hallmaster's voice began to tremble. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill him out of anger and cripple him like Yang Shu. Chen, don't kill him. Tianjizi shook his head at Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen retracted his killing intent. Just like Taoist Yu Feng, since Tianjizi didn't allow him to kill Yang Shu, it meant that Yang Shu still had value to keep him alive. In fact, this vice hallmaster was the only one who had a good relationship with Tianjizi among all the elders in Law Enforcement Hall. Moreover, after Yang Shu crippled Tianjizi, this vice hallmaster still argued with Yang Shu angrily. From this point alone, he didn't deserve to die. Who? Seeing that Jiang Chen had retracted his killing intent, the vice hallmaster heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Only then did the vice hallmaster realize that his clothes were soaked in sweat. The scene just now was just too horrifying. The vice hallmaster glanced at Tianjizi with gratitude in his eyes. It was imaginable that with Jiang Chen's means and style of doing things, he would already be a dead man if Tianjizi hadn't stopped him. After killing so many people and almost destroying the entire law enforcement hall, Jiang Chen's anger finally subsided. Next, it was time for him and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He was clad in white with a delicate face. It was hard to associate his appearance with the killing maniac just now, but they were indeed the same person. Jiang Chen approached Tian Muyun. Looking at Tian Muyun's resentful and vicious eyes, Jiang Chen just sneered. Tian Muyun, I will take master away today, but I will still come back to Tianyun Pavilion. I will personally take your life at that time. At that time, you will naturally know why I am here. Chapter 1358. Because once he took out the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, it would mean that he had something to do with Ouyang He. At that time, Taoist Yu Feng and the others would get to the bottom of it. Even if he didn't say anything, many people would speculate about it. In this way, Tianyun Pavilion would no longer have peace. Today, Tianmuyun had been humiliated. He would certainly harbor resentment. Once the secret of him killing Ouyang He was leaked out, this guy was likely to do all kinds of crazy things. At that time, Taoist Yufeng would be in danger, many elders would be in danger, and Tianyun Pavilion would be destroyed by Tianmuyun's hands. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. In any case, Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's painstaking effort. He wouldn't let Ouyang He's painstaking effort be destroyed by Tianmuyun. Therefore, Jiang Chen chose not to reveal his cards. As long as he didn't reveal his cards, Tianyun Pavilion could still maintain its basic peace under Tianmuyun's control. When his strength grew stronger and had the capital to compete with Tianmuyun, he would naturally reveal his cards. At that time, he would kill Tianmuyun in front of all the elders and disciples of Tianyun Pavilion to seek justice for Ouyang He. Jiang Chen, Tianmuyun, will remember what happened today. Tianmuyun said Leng Leng. You'd better remember it. Not only today's matter, but many other things. Jiang Chen left these words, then helped Tianji up. Master, let's go. Tianji nodded. There was nothing left for a cripple to live in this era, but now that he had Jiang Chen as his disciple, even if it was his greatest pride, he felt incomparably gratified. Jiang Chen brought Tianji to Yang Bufan's side. Brother Yang, let's go. What? You're letting him go just like that? Yang Bufan glanced at Tianmuyun Leng Leng. I've said it before. One day, I'll come back and kill him myself. Jiang Chen smiled and soared into the sky with Tianji, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. As for Yang Bufan, he came and went without a trace. When everyone turned around to look for him, they couldn't find any trace of him. No one knew where he had gone. Looking at the direction where Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan disappeared, Tianmuyun's eyes finally revealed an incomparably ruthless look. A monstrous rage burst out of his body, turning into a substance, swaying back and forth in the sky. Jiang Chen, evil lord, the humiliation you've given me today, I'll return it twofold sooner or later. Just you wait, when I advance to the immortal king realm, it'll be the time of your deaths. At that time, I'll personally head to the evil abyss to annihilate all of you. Tianmuyun was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, he had suffered such a great humiliation because of his weak cultivation, but he would definitely remember this humiliation in his heart. With a sway of his body, Tianmuyun vanished. He had chosen to go into seclusion again. As a matter of fact, Yang Bufan's humiliation had helped Tianmuyun's growth in a certain aspect. Today's humiliation wouldn't make Tianmuyun fall into despair. Instead, it would stimulate his fighting spirit, allowing him to grow faster and speed up his advancement to the immortal king realm. On a barren mountain thousands of miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen and his two companions landed. Master, I've caused a great disaster this time. I've really implicated you. Jiang Chen sighed. Looking at Tianji in such a state made him feel very uncomfortable. Haha, you're a man. Why do you have to be so long-winded? Tianji chuckled, but his laughter was filled with sorrow. As a supreme expert of the golden immortal realm, he had suddenly become a cripple. No matter how good his mentality was, he would not be able to accept it. It would be impossible to say that he did not have any shadow in his heart. Master, let me take a look at your injuries. Jiang Chen said, grabbing Tianji's palm. A stream of divine sense went into Tianji's body through his broken meridians. After making a round inside his body, Jiang Chen's frown deepened. His meridians are broken and his qi is destroyed. This is an injury that can't be healed. Even a powerful former emperor or an immortal venerable can't help him. If it's an immortal emperor, he can go against the heaven and help him rebuild his qi and repair his meridians. Yang Bufan said, Immortal emperor? Upon hearing these two words, Tianji couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't even see the legendary supreme great emperors, let alone come into contact with them. They were supreme figures in the immortal world. Every great emperor was high and mighty, standing at the top of the heavens and earth. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream to find a powerful great emperor to help him. Master, let me introduce you. This is the evil lord, Yang Bufan, an early immortal king supreme expert, the ruler of the human race in Evil Abyss. It's all thanks to Brother Yang's help that I was able to save you this time. It was also thanks to Brother Yang's help that I was able to return to the ancient tomb from Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen introduced. Tianji greets the evil lord. Tianji bowed slightly to Yang Bufan. In the face of a mighty immortal king expert, he didn't dare to address him as Brother Yang like Jiang Chen did. That was a great disrespect to an immortal king. Moreover, Yang Bufan had saved his life today, which made him his savior. Tianji felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. Tianji had never been to Evil Abyss, nor had he heard of the evil lord, but he wasn't a fool. From Jiang Chen's introduction, he could already tell how amazing Yang Bufan was. The fact that Yang Bufan dared to address him as the evil lord in Evil Abyss was very obvious. No need to be so polite. Yang Bufan waved his hand, indicating that Tianji didn't need to be so formal with him. Of course, this was all for the sake of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given Yang Bufan's identity, he wouldn't interfere in an outsider's business. Given Tianji's cultivation base, Yang Bufan wouldn't say a word to him either. Master, there are still some important matters to deal with in the Evil Abyss. Let's return to the Evil Abyss first. As for the matters here, I'll be back sooner or later. There's a deeper grudge between me and Tian Muyun. I'll tell you about it later, said Jiang Chen. Although Tianji had become a cripple, Jiang Chen wouldn't abandon him. From now on, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Tianji. From now on, Tianji was the most important person in his life. All right. Chapter 1359. Yang Bufan took out a spatial talisman. It was a spatial talisman. He had already gained full control of the spatial fluctuations in Evil Abyss, so it was easy for him to open the passageway to Evil Abyss. In other words, Evil Abyss was his base camp and he could return to it at any time. Of course, there was a limit to where he could go at any time. It was only limited to the areas that were connected to Evil Abyss, such as One-Line Sky. There was no way to go back to Evil Abyss beyond these areas. In other words, the existence of Evil Abyss was only relative to these areas. Those who went beyond these areas would never have heard of Evil Abyss. Buzz! The spatial talisman turned into an illusory portal, drifting in the void. This was the gateway to Evil Abyss. Yang Bufan took the lead and walked in, followed by Jiang Chen who was supporting Tianji. After the three of them entered the portal, it disappeared automatically and the void regained its tranquility. It was as if nothing had happened here. No one knew that three people had just disappeared. Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan only took half a day to go back and forth. During this time, the Evil Abyss was still calm and peaceful. Jiang Chen had killed Mo Ying and destroyed the army of the Evil Clan, causing the Evil Clan to suffer an unprecedented loss, almost damaging their foundation. At this moment, the Evil Clan was preparing for the final battle. When the decisive battle arrived, it was destined to be a reign of terror. The final counterattack of the Evil Clan would certainly be a life-and-death battle with the human race. Their aim was to annihilate the human race and regain control of Evil Abyss. Evil Lord Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen left quietly. No one knew about it, so it didn't cause any panic in the human race. To the human race, Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen were the spiritual pillars of the entire human race. If they knew that the two of them had left, they would certainly panic. After Jiang Chen returned, he brought Tianji back to the courtyard. He had to find a way to help Tianji recuperate his body. Tianji's body was too weak now. Even if he couldn't recover, he still had to find a way to recuperate his body. Otherwise, given his current state, he was afraid that he would die of old age in a few years. As for Yang Bufan, he naturally went back to deal with the matters in Sin City. Now that the war between the human race and the Evil Clan was about to break out, he had to show his steadiest side to calm the people's hearts. In the courtyard, when De Huang Dog and Tyrant saw Tianji, they came over to greet him. It was the first time for Tyrant to see Tianji. He knew that this was Jiang Chen's master in Tianyun Pavilion, but it wasn't the first time for De Huang Dog to see Tianji. When he saw the changes in Tianji, he was incomparably furious. For God's sake, which idiot did this? De Huang Dog was exasperated. How awe-inspiring was Tianji in the past. He was a mighty elder of Tianyun Pavilion. But now, his cultivation base had been crippled, turning him into a cripple. How could De Huang Dog not be angry? It's Yang Shu. However, I have already made the law enforcement hall pay with blood. All the elders of the law enforcement hall have been killed by me. Brother Yang has even humiliated Tian Muyun. However, this matter won't end just like that. Tian Muyun is a very shrewd bastard. Plus, he has extraordinary talent. I'm afraid that today's humiliation will become his motivation for revenge, helping him break through to the immortal king realm as soon as possible. However, I'm not afraid even if he advances to the immortal king realm. The stronger Tian Muyun is, the more it will stimulate me. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us. Sooner or later, I will kill him with my own hands," said Jiang Chen. His words and face were full of confidence. At the same time, he exuded a faint aura of a king. That was the qi of an innate king. The few of them had already witnessed Jiang Chen's great luck. Such a figure's future achievements would be limitless. Chen Heir, you said that there are other grudges between you and Tian Muyun. What's going on? Tianji asked curiously. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that Jiang Chen had the determination to kill Tian Muyun, but it wasn't just because of this matter. It seemed like there were other reasons. Master, what do you think this is? With a flick of his arm, Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd. After the golden halberd appeared, it radiated a dazzling golden light. When Tianji saw the halberd, his facial expression changed instantly. He was too familiar with this halberd. Most of the elders in Tianyun Pavilion knew about this halberd. Basically, all of them had seen it before. The heavenly dragon combat halberd is Sect Master's weapon. How could it be in your hands? Tianji was astounded. He looked up at Jiang Chen, eager to know the answer. Back then, Senior Ouyang found me in Yen City. At that time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He gave me the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, asking me to help him complete a task in his heart. That is, to kill Tian Muyun and restore the glory of Tianyun Pavilion, so that he can rest in peace in the netherworld. Jiang Chen said. At this time, there was no need to hide these things from Tianji. In that case, Sect Master Ouyang has really met with misfortune. AI. But, what does this have to do with Tian Muyun? Tian Muyun is Sect Master Ouyang's proudest disciple. Tianji was puzzled. Master, you don't know this. Senior Ouyang's death was caused by Tian Muyun. This man is insane. He took advantage of the critical moment when Senior Ouyang was in seclusion to break through to the immortal king realm. In the end, Senior Ouyang had no choice but to burn all his life essence to escape. Jiang Chen told Tianji everything he knew. Bastard! What a bastard! I didn't expect this kid to be insane to such an extent. He even deceived all the elders of Tianyun Pavilion. I once used the great divination art to divine the whereabouts of Sect Master Ouyang, but my divination art hasn't reached that level yet. I could only divine that Sect Master Ouyang has met with misfortune, but I couldn't figure out the reason. I didn't expect that it was all done by Tian Muyun. Tianji was so angry that his nose was about to emit smoke. He had a very good relationship with Ouyang He. It was a big blow to him that Ouyang He had met with misfortune. For the past 2 years, Tianji had been sad about Ouyang He's death almost every day. But he never thought that Ouyang He's death would be related to Tian Muyun. Now, Tianji finally understood why Jiang Chen wanted to kill Tian Muyun. It must be that after Ouyang He escaped, he felt that there was no hope for revenge, and began to choose a successor. In the end, he chose Jiang Chen, because he saw the hope of revenge in Jiang Chen. Chapter 1360. Tianji was very shocked. He had always been very regretful about Ouyang He's death. He even had a lot of doubts because Ouyang He was just too strong. With Ouyang He's ability, he shouldn't have been killed by himself. He was sure that there must be something hidden behind this, but he never thought that it was related to Tian Muyun. Not only him, even Daoist Yufeng didn't suspect Tian Muyun. Because in the eyes of outsiders, Tian Muyun was a first-class genius of Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang He treated him like his own son. Therefore, after Ouyang He's death, Tian Muyun naturally inherited the position of Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion. Even Daoist Yufeng didn't have the slightest objection. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion respected and obeyed Tian Muyun. But no one knew that their current sect master was just a lunatic who deceived his own master and killed his ancestors. This man even dared to kill Sect Master Ouyang, let alone me. I should have killed him directly. Tianji sneered. At first, he was extremely angry and aggrieved when Tian Muyun treated him like this. But now that he thought about it, he didn't feel so aggrieved anymore. Tian Muyun even killed Ouyang He, so what was he to him? People like Tian Muyun were always unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. I promised Senior Ouyang that I would kill him with my own hands. That's why I spared his life today. Killing Tian Muyun is my biggest and only goal since I entered Tianyun Pavilion. I must accomplish it myself instead of relying on Brother Yang. Although Tian Muyun is stronger than me now, it's only a matter of time before I kill him. Jiang Chen said with a face full of confidence. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had never doubted his confidence. Confidence was the most basic requirement for a true powerhouse. No matter how strong the opponent was, Jiang Chen firmly believed that he would one day trample on them. Jiang Chen had always been like this. Countless geniuses had become his stepping stones and contributed to his continuous growth. Good, very good. A man should be like this, full of courage. That's why I made an exception to accept you as my disciple. Chen your future achievements will certainly be limitless. Even my great divination art will be carried forward in your hands. I, Tianji Zi, have a disciple like you in this life. Even if I don't have the chance to recover in the future, I'm already satisfied. I can die without regrets. Tianji Zi wasn't stingy with his words of praise for Jiang Chen. There was really nothing to be picky about with such a disciple. Compared to the time when Tianji Zi accepted Jiang Chen as his disciple in Tianyun Pavilion, the current Jiang Chen had grown a lot. Even if Tianji Zi's cultivation was still the same, he had been left far behind by Jiang Chen. The gap between them would only get bigger and bigger in the future. Jiang Chen's ruthlessness was the basic rule of survival in the cruel immortal world. One must be ruthless in order to stand firm. Moreover, Jiang Chen's ruthlessness was only towards his enemies. Jiang Chen had always been loyal to his own people. This was something that Tianji Zi had deeply experienced. Don't worry, master. Even if your cultivation base has been completely destroyed, I will find a way to help you recover. I believe that there is nothing in this world that is impossible. I will now help you nourish your body and prevent your essence, qi and spirit from dissipating. After the matters in Evil Abyss and One Line Sky are settled, I will find a way to help you recover. Jiang Chen said. He had always believed that there was nothing in this world that was impossible. Even if Tianji Zi had suffered because of him, he would have a reason to help him recover. The heart of the regenerative lotus can help him rebuild his meridians and qi. De Huang Dog said. Regenerative lotus? Speaking of the regenerative lotus, Jiang Chen recalled that he still had 2 lotus leaves in his hand and immediately took them out. Master, these are the lotus leaves of the regenerative lotus. Take them first. Although the lotus leaves don't have the same effect as the heart of the lotus, they are still very beneficial to your current situation. Unfortunately, there is only one lotus heart of the regenerative lotus. Otherwise, your injuries would be nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head. Back then, in order to help Han Yen regrow his arm, Jiang Chen had risked his life to steal the regenerative lotus in the heavenly mountain. In the end, he used the heart of the lotus to help Han Yen regrow his arm. Unexpectedly, Tianji Zi had suffered injuries that were even more terrifying than Han Yan's. Unfortunately, there was only one lotus heart of the regenerative lotus. God knows where else a sacred object like the regenerative lotus could be found. Such a treasure could only be found by luck. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Chen wouldn't pin all his hopes on the illusory regenerative lotus. The 2 lotus leaves in front of him could temporarily help Tianji Zi recover some of his essence. As for the rest, he would think about it in the future. Upon seeing the lotus leaves of the regenerative lotus, Tianji Zi was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Tianji Zi laughed heartily until he coughed violently and his stomach cramped. Jiang Chen was also laughing heartily. By now, even a fool would know what had happened in the heavenly mountain. Awesome! Chen, I really want to know how you did it. The disappearance of the heavenly mountain regenerative lotus is known as the #1 unsolved case in One Line Sky for 1,000 years. The One Line 8 immortals have been searching everywhere for the person who stole the regenerative lotus, but to no avail. I have never thought that you would be the one who got it. Tianji Zi's gaze towards Jiang Chen became more and more colorful. He was very curious because Jiang Chen hadn't gone to Tianyun Pavilion at that time. Jiang Chen was merely an earth immortal, not even a heaven immortal. The regenerative lotus was watched by 8 late golden immortal experts. Tianji couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen could get it under such circumstances. Regardless of how Jiang Chen got it, it was a fact that the regenerative lotus had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Tianji couldn't help but admire him. I obtained it through my own means. Back then, one of my brothers had his arm chopped off by the students of Shenyang School. He had to rely on the heart of the regenerative lotus to recover his arm. That's why I took the risk to get it. Unfortunately, there are only 2 leaves left. Master, quickly refine and absorb them to stabilize your foundation and improve your essence. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tianji nodded. Without any hesitation, he received the regenerative lotus and swallowed it into his stomach. Hiss. Chapter 1361. Stabilize your state of mind. Jiang Chen bellowed, then grabbed Tianji's palm. A large amount of wood spiritual qi rushed into Tianji's body like a tide. The wood spiritual qi was like a clear stream that flowed into Tianji's body. Tianji's body was like a dried-up lake that was suddenly washed by a clear stream. It was an incomparably comfortable feeling. What a mystical qi flow. I can feel that I'm full of vitality again. This is truly a miracle. The means of my disciple is heaven-defying. It's far beyond my expectation. Tianji was shocked, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He listened to Jiang Chen's words and stabilized his state of mind. Although his cultivation had been crippled, he still had the experience of a golden immortal expert. So stabilizing his state of mind was very easy for him. Tianji was very confident in Jiang Chen. He completely opened his state of mind and allowed Jiang Chen to control his body. The energy of the regenerative lotus had already been controlled by Jiang Chen's wood spiritual qi. Under the guidance of the wood spiritual qi, the energy of the leaves of the regenerative lotus began to become docile and was gradually absorbed by Tianji's body. To Jiang Chen, absorbing these energies was as easy as drinking water. He could absorb them all in a blink, but to Tianji, it wasn't so easy. It was like an ordinary person who wanted to drink a lot of water. He had to drink it mouthful by mouthful. It was impossible for him to finish it all at once. If he was too impulsive, he might even choke to death. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He helped Tianji absorb the energy for 3 days. With the help of Jiang Chen, Tianji finally absorbed the 2 leaves of the regenerative lotus along with a large amount of wood spiritual qi. With the help of the lotus leaf and the wood spiritual energy, Tianji's body had undoubtedly received a great nourishment. Compared to 3 days ago, Tianji's current state was much stronger. Although his cultivation base hadn't recovered, his condition had recovered. His essence, qi and spirit had also returned. His appearance had also returned to its original appearance. He was no longer a trembling old man in his twilight years, but an old man in his 40s or 50s. Of course, on the surface, Tianji's condition was still a little dispirited. After all, he couldn't be compared to the time when he was a golden immortal. Master, how do you feel? Jiang Chen asked. Much better. I can live for at least another 20 years. He had already accepted the reality. After all, things had already happened, and he could only choose to accept it silently. In the future, he still had to go on. Life was impermanence. Who knew what would happen in the future? He was very confident in his disciple. Maybe Jiang Chen would really find a way to help him recover completely. Therefore, as long as he was alive, there would be hope. Tianji's hope was on Jiang Chen's. It won't take 20 years. In a year at most, I'll be able to find a way to help you recover. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't allow Tianji to continue like this. Once the matters of Nifa's Abyss and One Line Sky were settled, the first thing he wanted to do was to find a way to help Tianji recover. This was his next goal. Master believes in you. This is the first time Master has come to Nifa's Abyss, but I can smell the tension in the air. What's going on? Tianji returned to reality and began to pay attention to the situation in Nifa's Abyss. After all, he was proficient in the great divination art and could sense many things. Master might not know this, but there is another incomparably powerful race living in this place. They are called the Evil Clan. The Nifa's Abyss itself was named after the Evil Clan. They used to be the masters of this place, but later on, Jiang Chen introduced the basic situation of this place to Tianji, including the current tense situation in Nifa's Abyss and some of the things that happened to him here. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tianji's respect for Jiang Chen increased. It was hard not to admire such a great figure who could fight against an entire race alone. The war with the evil clan is about to begin. Unfortunately, I can't help much. Tianji sighed. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. To an expert, it was impossible for him to not feel anything in the face of such a situation. Hong Long. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering rumble reverberated from afar. The space above Nifa's city was torn apart. More than a dozen spatial passageways were blasted open at the same time. Boundless devil waves began to roll and roar could be heard from within. For a moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. Dark clouds covered the sky. The entire Nifa's city instantly became incomparably oppressive. Subsequently, powerful demonic devils rushed out of the spatial passageways. Each of them beat their chest and stamped their feet. When they looked up at the sky, each of them looked like they came from hell, emitting a terrifying radiance. In just a few breaths' time, more than 1,000 huge demonic devils rushed out of the spatial passageways. Not good. The evil clan has begun their attack. Tyrant's expression changed. It seems like the evil clan is going all out this time. They attacked Nifa's city as soon as they arrived. They are prepared to fight to the death with the human race. The Huang dog wagged his sturdy tail. Finally, the decisive battle was about to begin. It came faster than they had imagined. Demons danced crazily, forming a dense black mass. Heaven and earth darkened, completely covered by demonic qi. This was a scene of doomsday. The void was torn apart. The earth was also torn apart. There were actually demons burrowing out from the earth. The scene was extremely brutal and extremely terrifying. Tianji had never seen such a scene before. His face turned somewhat unsightly. Compared to the war of the human race, the war between the major powers in One-Line Sky was just like a child's play. No wonder no one was willing to enter Evil Abyss. Almost all the cultivators here treated Evil Abyss like tigers. The brutality and evil of this place was indeed unimaginable to the outside world. That's a half-step Immortal King demonic devil leader. A few of them have appeared at once. Motherfucker. It seems like the evil clan is serious this time. Haha. But Master Dog likes it. De Huang Dog seemed incomparably excited. This time, the evil clan had come prepared. It could be said that they had gone all out. Just at the beginning, a few half-step Immortal King demonic devils had already appeared. With such terrifying cultivation base, they would be the overlord of a region in One-Line Sky. Of course, their status in the evil clan was incomparably noble. They were either the leaders of a large tribe or existences that were above the leaders. This war will certainly be earth-shattering. It will determine the future of the evil clan. Chapter 1362. The city of Sin was also in an uproar. Such a huge commotion had alarmed all the humans in the city of Sin. Even if the humans were fully prepared, facing such a huge army from the evil clan, many human cultivators couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. This army was too terrifying. However, the humans weren't afraid. They had their own beliefs, and that was the evil lord. As long as the evil lord was present, they believed that they would be able to gain a foothold here. No matter how chaotic the human race was in the past, they were absolutely united at this moment. The people here were all vicious and evil, but at this critical moment, everyone had to step forward bravely. Perhaps they didn't want to participate in such a tragic battle of life and death, but they had no way or reason to retreat because they were destined to never be able to leave the evil abyss after coming here. Only the evil lord could allow them to leave. Since they couldn't leave, they had to survive here. In order to survive in such a cruel environment, the evil clan was the biggest threat. Now that the evil clan had launched a large-scale attack, everyone had to do their best because they didn't want to die. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, once the human race was defeated, the evil clan would once again rule the entire evil abyss. At that time, each and every one of them would face an incomparably cruel fate. Destruction. They would face true destruction. Therefore they had no choice but to fight. Every human cultivator in the city of Sin had no reason to retreat. They had to use their lives and blood to defend this piece of land. Roar, roar. The roars of the evil clan were earth-shattering. This time, the target of the evil clan was very clear. The city of Sin. As long as the city was destroyed, it meant the extinction of the human race. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts had appeared. More than a dozen spatial passages were still being opened. It could be seen that the evil clan had turned out in full force this time. The number of demonic beasts was just too huge. However, this was also the situation that Jiang Chen hoped to see the most. The ancestral dragon pagoda's hunger and thirst was unbearable. This time, it must go on a frenzied killing spree. To what extent could it improve, and whether it would be qualified to deal with Tian Muyun after the battle ended? The human race didn't stay idle these past few days. They had made ample preparations. Tian Muyun was very far-sighted. Obviously, he had predicted that the city of Sin would become the final target of the evil clan. He had already summoned a large number of experts from the outer and middle regions. Now, the lineup of the city of Sin was unprecedentedly strong. One after another, experts rushed out of the city of Sin. Each of them had incomparably powerful qi. The leaders were at least 3 to 4 half-step immortal kings and a lot of golden immortal experts. What a huge lineup. Tian Jizi couldn't help but sigh. He simply couldn't believe that there were so many experts in an alternate dimension like the Nifa's abyss. Putting aside the Nifa's clan, just the human camp in Nifa's city alone was enough to wipe out the entire one-line sky. Yang Bufan didn't appear. He looked calm and indifferent as if he was waiting for something. Or perhaps, these demonic devils weren't worthy of his attention. There was only one demonic devil in the evil clan that was worthy of his attention. He was waiting for that mad devil to appear. Roar, roar. Without any superfluous words, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. The battlefield was very huge, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. The entire city of Sin was within the range of the battlefield. Both sides were well aware that this battle would come sooner or later. Now that they had collided, there was only savagery and killing on both sides. Every human and every demonic devil had only one thought in their mind: to kill and tear the other party apart. This was a battle of survival. No one dared to be negligent. It was destined to be tragic and blood would flow like a river. After this battle, the city of Sin would become a true city of sin. Everywhere would be filled with the smell of sin and blood. Kill. A half-step immortal king expert of the human race raised the dazzling combat weapon in his hand. Following his order, all the human cultivators unleashed their most powerful energy. Many of them took out their immortal combat weapon. Countless combat weapon chi filled the sky, interweaving into 7 colors, trying to disperse the dark devil chi in the sky. Roar! A ferocious demonic devil grabbed a human cultivator with its thick and horrifying hands and tore the human cultivator into 2 halves. Then, it grabbed the human cultivator's arm and put it into its mouth, chewing on it. The whole scene looked extremely brutal and creepy. However, before the demonic devil could finish chewing the arm, it was pierced by an immortal weapon and torn apart on the spot. Such a scene could be seen everywhere, almost in every corner of the battlefield. This was the most basic and most brutal massacre. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had experienced it before, so they didn't feel anything. However, Tianji Zi's facial expression changed completely. Although he was old and had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, this was the first time he had seen such a brutal war. It was hard to imagine how difficult it was for the human race to survive in this place. Master Dog can't wait any longer. I must have a good massacre today. De Huang Dog shook his head, turned into a golden light and rushed out. He rushed into the battlefield and killed dozens of demonic devils on the spot. The battlefield immediately became chaotic. Grandpa Monk is here too. The monk's body was emitting a golden Buddha's light. The string of Buddha beads hanging around his neck was also sparkling. He looked incomparably mystical, just like an eminent monk. When he rushed into the battlefield, the chaos he caused was even more terrifying than that of De Huang Dog. Under the impact of the Buddha's light, it immediately set off a rain of blood. What a terrifying war. It simply makes people's blood boil. It's a great regret that I can't participate in such a war. Tianji Zi sighed. Some people wouldn't be able to experience such a war even once in their lifetime. However, he had experienced it but couldn't participate in it. He felt very aggrieved. He also wanted to rush into the battlefield like Jiang Chen and kill to his heart's content. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to fight against the demonic devils. With his current condition, he didn't even have the qualification to enter the battlefield. The aftermath of the war could directly tear Jiang Chen apart. Master, I don't know how long this war will last. This is the great counterattack of the evil clan. They will certainly go all out. When this war is over, I'm afraid the entire evil city will turn into powder. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Come into the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen said and directly opened the door of the Zulong Tower. The current Tianji Zi could only protect. In such a battlefield, the Zulong Tower was the safest place. Chapter 1363. Seeing that Jiang Chen was actually able to control a powerful door, Tianji Zi couldn't help but be shocked once again. However, he had been shocked by his disciple too many times, so he was already numb to it. In the future, no matter what miraculous things happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be too shocked, because he was already mentally prepared for it. In Tianji Zi's opinion, any miraculous things that happened to his disciple were nothing out of the ordinary. Without any hesitation, Tianji Zi stepped into the inner space of the Zulong Tower. He had absolute trust in Jiang Chen. The battle in front of him was unprecedentedly cruel, and Jiang Chen was just protecting him. After entering the Zulong Tower, Tianji Zi was stunned once again. This is the inner space of a powerful combat weapon. I can actually see the battlefield outside through this space, as if I'm there myself. This is truly inconceivable. Only a powerful king weapon can create an inner space like this. Could it be that Chen is a powerful king weapon? No, the qi inside is ancient and profound, with a taste of desolation. It's not something that ordinary king weapons can compare with. Even though he was already numb to it, Tianji Zi couldn't help but be shocked by Jiang Chen once again. This kind of shock couldn't be faked. A king weapon was already shocking enough, but Jiang Chen's trump cards and methods were becoming more and more unfathomable to Tianji Zi. However, Tianji Zi was incomparably excited in his heart, because he had accepted a good disciple. The more miraculous Jiang Chen's performance was, the happier he was. Even if he couldn't recover to his original state in the future, being able to witness the growth of a genius was still an incomparably joyful thing. Bang! An extremely majestic aura gushed out from Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. Jiang Chen had used his dragon transformation, and with a flap of his blood-red dragon wings, he shot into the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Chen, that's Jiang Chen. Many demonic devils of the evil clan exclaimed when they saw the dragon man. The ferocious and tyrannical demonic devils were thrown into chaos when they saw Jiang Chen. Many powerful demonic devils retreated as they didn't want to face Jiang Chen. In this battlefield, Jiang Chen was the absolute king, the true ruler. He alone controlled everything. He alone could control the fate of the entire battlefield. Even the ferocious evil clan feared him like a tiger. Just by appearing here, even if he didn't attack, the morale of the human clan would soar and the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to be arrogant anymore. There was an ancient saying that a general could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. It was referring to people like Jiang Chen. His influence was too great, and he could directly affect the situation of the entire battlefield. Roar! Dragon roars roared out from Jiang Chen's body. Violent dragons rushed in all directions, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Countless demonic devils died tragically, turning into a mist of blood. Jiang Chen secretly opened the portal of the Zulong Tower. All the dead demonic devils on the battlefield were absorbed by the Zulong Tower, becoming the nourishment of the Zulong Tower for Jiang Chen. If it was before, the Zulong Tower would absorb the blood qi of the human clan together with the Zulong Tower. But now, as the Zulong Tower continued to condense, it had reached a relatively perfect compatibility with Jiang Chen. Under this kind of compatibility, Jiang Chen could control the absorption of the Zulong Tower. Huff huff. The battlefield was too vast. Demonic devils were dying tragically all the time. That was an incomparably huge amount of blood qi and unimaginable energy. It was like an endless ocean. Naturally, the roars of the Zulong Tower never stopped. Look, it's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has made a move. With him here, the evil clan won't be able to create any waves. That's right. The moment Jiang Chen used his means, the demonic devils will kill each other. And that little monk is also incomparably terrifying. With the two of them here, the demonic devils have nothing to be afraid of. I heard that the evil clan has a powerful immortal king. He will also take action this time. It's not that we are worried. The evil lord hasn't taken action yet. The evil lord is waiting for him. What we need to do now is to kill the demonic devils of the evil clan. The morale of the human race was high. Each and every one of them was shouting loudly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other side, the demonic devil camp was in chaos, because a large number of demonic devils suddenly turned around and killed their own people, becoming the helpers of the human race. Kill them! Kill them all! A half-step immortal king demonic devil bellowed. Those edified demonic devils were instantly drowned by the powerful demonic devil army and massacred on the spot. One had to admit that the evil clan was an extremely ferocious clan. They had already expected such a situation to occur on the battlefield. Once such a situation occurred, they would disregard everything and kill the traitors without showing any mercy. Edifying light. Jiang Chen's deep voice resounded. The edifying light turned into a sparkling spiritual snake and rushed out, shuttling back and forth among the demonic devils. In just a few blinks, hundreds of demonic devils had been edified. As long as the edifying light was present, more demonic devils would be edified, continuously weakening the combat strength of the evil clan. To the human race this was a great thing. Jiang Chen's dragon wings flapped wildly, shuttling back and forth across the battlefield. Now, he wasn't going to come into contact with those powerful half-step immortal kings. Instead, he was killing demonic devils everywhere, reducing the strength of the demonic devil army and turning these demonic devils into his nourishment. No one knew how long this battle would last, but the slaughter had just begun. More than a dozen spatial passageways in the sky opened up like fountains. Endless demonic beasts poured out from them. No one knew how many demonic beasts the evil clan had. In such a ferocious war, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. His energy continued to grow. The Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the energy. New dragon marks were forming in Jiang Chen's Qi, increasing his combat strength. Fra, fra, fra. Demonic devils danced chaotically. Large numbers of demonic devils died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. At the same time, a large number of demonic devils were edified by Jiang Chen, becoming the accomplices of the evil clan. It was an incomparably ferocious and chaotic scene. That Jiang Chen is too much of a threat to us. I'm going to kill him. A half-step immortal king of the evil clan finally shifted his attention to Jiang Chen. The threat of this man was just too great. One man was more than 1,000 men. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, the advantage of the evil clan in this war would vanish in the hands of this man. Chapter 1364. This half-step golden immortal demonic devil leader was wearing a pitch-black robe that was very wide. Although he had the appearance of a human, he was really tall, at least 3 meters tall. He stood in front of Jiang Chen with an imposing manner. Naturally, the demonic devil leader was tall, but the current Jiang Chen's body was also incomparably majestic. His dragon form itself had an unparalleled deterrent force. You are Jiang Chen? Are you the one who killed Mo Ying? The half-step immortal king locked onto Jiang Chen's qi and asked in a low voice. His eyes were full of malice. His body was radiating black devil qi and cold light. It seemed like he was ready to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. That's right. Jiang Chen smiled. If it was before, he would definitely turn and flee the moment he saw a half-step immortal king, because he was absolutely not a match for him. But now it was different. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. He could easily kill late golden immortal experts. As for half-step immortal kings, although there was still a gap between them, it depended on who the opponent was. If it was a human half-step immortal king, even if it was the most ordinary half-step immortal king, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest confidence in defeating it. If the opponent was a demonic devil of the evil clan, it would be different. Jiang Chen had absolute confidence in dealing with the opponent. After all, he had the means to restrain the demonic devils of the evil clan. Whether it was the dragon transformation skill itself, the true dragon fire or the thunder fire, all of them could restrain the demonic devils. Under such restraint, even a half-step immortal king would only be able to exert half of his combat strength. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen still had some confidence. If I can kill a half-step immortal king, the 30th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed and my cultivation base will improve a little. But I'm not going to kill this half-step immortal king now. The battlefield is in chaos. The demonic devils are too strong and their number is too large. The human race is in a disadvantageous state. If I can edify this half-step immortal king and make it my own, it will play an important role. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although he was confident that he could kill the other party if he went all out, he didn't want to kill the other party right now. Because at this moment, edifying the other party's half-step golden immortal leader was much more valuable than killing him directly. Jiang Chen was no fool. He naturally knew what to do. You've caused great losses to our evil clan. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll let you know the consequences of offending our evil clan. The leader said fiercely. Even Moing can't defeat me. He's no match for me either. I won't kill you, but you will become my slave. Then, you will listen to my command and turn around to kill your clansmen. This will be your ending. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. In his point of view, he was merely stating a fact. Hearing this, the demonic leader couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why, but his heart started beating like a drum. He had seen Jiang Chen's technique before. At this moment, there were still demonic devils that had been edified by Jiang Chen on the battlefield. They were fighting with their own kind. The demonic leader felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the possibility that he would have to kill his own kind later. But immediately, the fear in his heart vanished. He was very confident in himself. After all, he was a half-step immortal king supreme expert. An ordinary golden immortal couldn't be compared to him. Even if Jiang Chen had the means to control the demonic devils, it would be useless against him. Arrogant human, I'll let you know how to write the word death in a while. The demonic leader roared. A pitch-black fist streaked across the void, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Pa, pa. The force was too strong. Sparks were left in the void wherever it passed. The demonic leader's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink, he had reached Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. Then he immediately unleashed the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw was covered with a layer of red flame. When the flame appeared, the surrounding devilish energy was instantly incinerated. As for the remaining devilish energy, it was as if it had encountered the scariest thing in this world, and it started drifting away, unwilling to come any closer. Pa! The power of the two experts collided with each other. Waves of fire rolled up. The mighty half-step immortal king was forced to take a step back. His fist was still stained with a wisp of flame, burning his devil chi, making him feel an unbearable heat. Damn it! What kind of flame is this bastard using? How could it have such a great restraining effect on my evil clan? Given my cultivation base, ordinary flames won't be able to pose any threat to my devil chi, but this brat's flame can directly incinerate my devil chi. The demonic leader was shocked. He hastily put away the little bit of contempt he had for Jiang Chen. This monstrous genius of the human race was just too terrifying. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen in terms of combat strength, but Jiang Chen had a flame that could restrain him, which made him feel incomparably aggrieved and uncomfortable. Not being able to fight freely was the most depressing thing. The current demonic leader was in such a state. I've said it before. You are no match for me. Jiang Chen said sarcastically. Humph. Brat, don't be too proud of yourself. I was just testing you. Watch my wheel of evil. The demonic leader harumphed coldly, then unleashed all of his chi, displaying the ultimate skill of the evil clan, the wheel of evil. After the huge devil wheel appeared, it whistled in the sky, turned into a huge black wheel in the blink of an eye, and smashed towards Jiang Chen. This move again. Jiang Chen shook his head, lamenting the pitiful number of skills of the evil clan. This was the wheel of evil. However, although the evil clan didn't have many offensive skills, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. This wheel of evil was already very terrifying and powerful, let alone the fact that it was displayed by a half-step immortal king demonic leader. Clang! Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint's sword with a clang. The sword turned into a dragon and slashed at the wheel of evil. Even with the suppression and restraint of the flame, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent in dealing with a half-step immortal king. This slash contained almost all of Jiang Chen's energy. The true dragon fire and thunder fire were infused into it at the same time, slashing heavily at the black devil wheel. Hong Long. Chapter 1365. The divine might of the heavenly saint's sword was unparalleled. It slashed the wheel of evil away. Under the absolute suppression and restraint, Jiang Chen still gained the upper hand. However, the demonic chief was also very powerful. He kept striking out the wheel of evil. 9 of them flew around Jiang Chen. Boundless devil waves rolled in the sky, turning the battlefield into a world of black devils. Pressure pervaded the entire battlefield. Haha! Jiang Chen let out a long roar. This was the first time he had a real fight with a half-step immortal king. It was even more satisfying than the time he fought Mo Ing. The feeling of suppressing a half-step immortal king could only be described as exhilarating. On the other side, the half-step immortal king of the human race and the half-step immortal king of the evil clan had already engaged in a fierce battle. Similarly, the battle had turned the heavens and earth dark. This was the ultimate battle. It was either you die or I die. But the half-step immortal king wasn't an ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to determine the life and death of one of them in a short period of time. No one knew how long this unparalleled battle would last. In the Zulong Tower, Tianji saw everything. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. At the same time, he felt incomparably regretful. He could only watch and not participate in such a grand battle. This itself was a very depressing thing. However, when he saw Jiang Chen suppressing the half-step immortal king, there was only pride and satisfaction on his face. The lineup of the evil clan was just too huge. The human race appeared incomparably weak, but their morale was incomparably high. Tyrant and a Huang dog were like two sharp blades that stabbed into the heart of the evil clan, dealing the heaviest blows to the evil clan from time to time. The battlefield where one man and one dog were fighting was filled with rivers of blood. Tyrant's edifying light was displayed to the fullest. The advantage of the edifying light was perfectly displayed in such a chaotic battle. Plus, Tyrant's Buddhist technique was specialized in restraining demonic devils. Tyrant was a half-step golden immortal, but his chi fluctuated greatly. It seemed like he would advance to the true golden immortal realm very soon. It would be very easy for him to advance in this battle. On the other side, De Huang dog let out a wild roar. His chi suddenly soared into the sky like a sharp sword. His cultivation base had made a breakthrough, advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Previously, he had obtained a large amount of essence from the immortal execution sword and had been accumulating in his body. Originally, he could have broken through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. After such a long period of accumulation, De Huang dog's foundation had become very strong. Breaking through to the intermediate golden immortal realm was just a matter of time. De Huang dog, who was in the intermediate golden immortal state, was simply too ferocious. He could tear a late golden immortal demon into pieces with just a single bite. Even if he were to face a half-step immortal king, he would still have the strength to fight. Although the existence of Tyrant and De Huang dog couldn't really control the final outcome of this war, they had now changed the situation of the battlefield and the direction of the war. At least, the morale of the human race was high, which the demonic devils couldn't be compared to. Jiang Chen and the demonic chief fought fiercely. Jiang Chen was having a great time. He wasn't going to use the edifying light anytime soon. He needed to fight, so he was going to use the demonic chief to temper his combat strength. Hung Long. At this moment, a pitch-black spatial passageway in the sky suddenly exploded. After that, a black mountain flew out from the void. It was a mountain, no, it was a sacrificial altar. The black sacrificial altar was in the shape of a skull, emitting a ghostly light. The huge altar was suspended in the sky, as if it wanted to compete with the sky. The instant the altar appeared, all the demonic devils on the battlefield roared at the sky, beating their chests and stamping their feet in excitement. Some of the demonic devils even knelt down and kowtowed to the altar. The ancient black altar was the symbol of the evil clan, and there was only one person in the entire evil clan who could control this altar. This is the evil sacrificial altar, the faith of the evil clan. It's equivalent to a powerful king weapon. I heard that this altar was broken, but it's still intact now. Damn it. It said that the evil sacrificial altar can absorb the will of humans and assimilate them with evil. It's extremely terrifying. I've never thought that it really exists. I wonder if the evil lord can deal with this altar. If he can't, the human race will be finished. Look, there's a man standing on the altar. It's the mad devil of the evil clan. Many people exclaimed. The evil sacrificial altar had always been a legend. No one had ever seen it. Some people said that the evil sacrificial altar was broken and couldn't be healed. But today, it had appeared in perfect condition. This was a huge blow to the human race. They could clearly feel that the high morale of the human race was constantly weakening, while the demonic devils of the evil clan were starting to go berserk. Many people saw a man standing on the evil sacrificial altar with his hands clasped behind his back. It was an old man in his 50s. He looked extremely skinny, holding a crutch in his hand. His skinny body looked like it could be blown away by a gust of wind, But no one dared to look down on this skinny old man, because he had another powerful title, the Mad Devil. That's right, he was the Mad Devil, the leader of the entire evil clan. In the entire evil clan, only the Mad Devil could control the evil sacrificial altar. He was the soul of the evil clan, the spiritual pillar of the evil clan. The appearance of the crazy devil indicated that this war wouldn't end easily. The crazy devil directly sacrificed the sinful sacrificial altar. His intention was very clear. He wanted to fight to the death with the human race. He wanted to exterminate all of the human race. This Mad Devil sure is powerful. His cultivation base is at the peak of early immortal king realm. Plus, he has the powerful physique of the evil clan and this powerful evil sacrificial altar. I wonder if Brother Yang can deal with him. It seems like the war is developing much faster than I have imagined. I have to eliminate my opponent as soon as possible and improve my cultivation base in order to help Brother Yang deal with this Mad Devil. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination after seeing the power of the Mad Devil. Evil Lord, are you still not coming out to fight? The Mad Devil spoke. His voice was like a great bell, resounding across the entire evil city. Dong. Just as the Mad Demon's voice fell, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the city of Sin. His footsteps stepped on the void, creating a dull sound of war drums. The void was directly smashed by his footsteps, creating layers of ripples. Chapter 1366. Yang Bufan appeared. In this place, he was the evil lord, the pillar of the human race. As soon as Yang Bufan appeared, the humans roared in excitement. It could be seen that the evil lord's influence in the evil abyss was very great, basically the same as Crazy Devil's influence in the evil clan. Come, evil lord. Let's have a life and death battle today. I'll kill you myself. This evil abyss will forever belong to our evil clan. You humans are nothing but ants here, slaves of our evil clan. Crazy Devil spoke. His devil chi was unparalleled. He wanted to have a life and death battle with Yang Bufan. He stepped on the evil sacrificial altar. The entire sky was filled with the smell of sin. The skulls on the altar were incomparably ferocious, letting out blood-curdling roars. Obviously, Crazy Devil had been preparing for this day for a very long time. The war between the evil clan and the human race would happen sooner or later. Even without Jiang Chen, the fuse, the war would still break out. The existence of Jiang Chen was just bringing it forward. The evil sacrificial altar of the evil clan looks very powerful. I wonder how powerful it is. Crazy Devil, from today onwards, there will no longer be demonic devils of the evil clan in the evil abyss. Even if there are any, they will only be my slaves. Yang Bufan became more domineering. His chi soared into the sky, swaying from left to right. Even though Crazy Devil had taken out the evil sacrificial altar, Yang Bufan didn't show the slightest sign of fear. His bearing alone was enough to make people admire him. Both immortal kings unleashed their murderous chi. The war was about to break out. Come. Crazy Devil pointed the scepter in his hand upwards. A devil dragon rushed out and hovered in the sky. Under the control of Crazy Devil, the sinful sacrificial altar also flew up to the highest point of the battlefield. On the other side, Yang Bufan also flew up. He was like a ghostly light. The moment he rushed out, a ray of light shot out from his hand. The light was incomparably dazzling, like a heavenly river, slashing towards the devil dragon. The two immortal kings had already started a fierce battle before they had even opened up a battlefield. When immortal kings fought, they had to make use of the power of space to open up a new battlefield. Because, at this level, every single move would be incomparably terrifying, and the destructive might would be extremely powerful. When the aftershock waves spread out, countless lives would be lost. Especially in such a huge battlefield, if the immortal king didn't open another battlefield, the entire battlefield would be ravaged. It was unknown how many people of the human race and the evil race would die tragically under the aftermath of their battle, which would make the war meaningless. Rumble. High above the battlefield, Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil had already fought more than a dozen times. Every time they fought, it was earth-shattering. The might of an immortal king was so great that no one dared to look at it directly. Whether it was Yang Bufan or Crazy Devil, both of them were incomparably powerful existences. Both of them were at the peak of early immortal king realm. As for Crazy Devil, as the ruler of the evil clan, he had a powerful evil sacrificial altar and vast devil power in his body. Experts at the same level as him would never stand a chance against him. Similarly, Yang Bufan wasn't an easy opponent. He was a genius among geniuses. His combat strength couldn't be measured by ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the evil clan and dominate half of the evil clan for 10 years, making the evil clan fear him like a tiger. It wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of the battle between these two immortal kings in a short period of time. Whether it was the battle between the immortal kings or the fierce battle between the human race and the evil clan, it was a war of attrition to see who could last longer. Following the appearance of Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil, the battle between both sides had reached its climax. Almost no one flinched, because there was no way for them to do so. This was a battle of life and death, a battle of survival. Defeat was equal to death, so they had no other choice. Jiang Chen turned into a mad dragon and went berserk. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible and break through to the early golden immortal realm. In that case, he would be able to help Yang Bufan fight against Crazy Devil. As long as Crazy Devil was eliminated, the evil clan would be completely finished. Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint's sword and replaced it with the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. He struck out with the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. The aura of the Mad Dragon spread out, besieging the demonic chief in an instant. Finally, the powerful demonic chief couldn't resist anymore. Even if he counterattacked, he wasn't a match for the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. The reason why Jiang Chen struck out the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss instead of the more powerful Regretless Falling Dragon was to injure his opponent and edify him with the edifying light. If he used the Regretless Falling Dragon, it would be too powerful and might kill his opponent in an instant. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, it wouldn't be worthwhile to injure him severely. Roar! The demonic chief was forced back to his original form. His huge body was full of scars and blood. Scales were flying all over the place. Even if I tried my best to resist the attack, I was still injured by the Mad Dragon. My condition had deteriorated and my combat strength had begun to decline. The edifying light. Jiang Chen's grasp of timing on the battlefield had reached the acme of perfection. The demonic chief's current state was the most suitable time for him to cast out the edifying light. A ray of divine light appeared and went right into the demonic chief's mind. It could be said that Jiang Chen had taken advantage of the situation to enter the demonic chief's mind. Arg! The leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. He clutched his head with both hands and slammed his head like a madman. However, this situation only lasted for a few breaths before the leader of the fiendish demons completely calmed down. His eyes glazed over at first, then brightened up. The demonic chief came to Jiang Chen and bowed. Master. No demonic chief could withstand the attack of the edifying light. After being suppressed by Jiang Chen, his fate was basically under Jiang Chen's control. There was no doubt about it. The edifying light had never failed before. Very good. I will help you recover from your injuries. Then you can go and kill. Jiang Chen nodded. He sent a ray of wood spiritual energy into the demonic chief's body and quickly helped him recover. The recovery effect of wood spiritual energy was incomparable to any healing medicine. The demonic chief didn't suffer any serious injuries. They were at most superficial wounds. Such injuries were very easy to recover from. He had completely recovered in a dozen breaths. Thank you, Master. The demonic chief had completely surrendered. Go. Kill all your clansmen. The more the better. Chapter 1367. To the demonic chief, such an order was undoubtedly very cruel. As a dignified half-step immortal king, he was supposed to lead his clansmen to conquer the four directions and eliminate the enemy. But now, he was subdued by the enemy and turned around to kill his own clansmen. Such a situation might not be a big deal to the demonic chief who had already been edified. After all, he had already been edified and had become Jiang Chen's slave. No matter what, he had to listen to Jiang Chen's command. In his mind, there wasn't even a shadow of his own clansmen. However, this was the biggest and scariest blow to his clansmen. One should know that their patriarch was their leader, an existence that they respected the most. But now, he had turned around and killed them. Such a psychological blow was unimaginable. This was also the biggest blow to the morale of the evil clan. Roar! The demonic chief roared wildly and joined the battlefield. His body was dozens of meters tall, which was very conspicuous on the battlefield. However, this time his target had changed completely. When his giant palm slammed down, at least dozens of demonic devils of the evil clan died tragically in his hands. This scene alarmed half of the battlefield. Many of them looked over in horror, not knowing what was happening. However, the demonic chief didn't stop. After killing a group of demonic devils, he immediately killed another group. In this way, everyone understood what was going on, because they all remembered that the demonic chief's opponent was Jiang Chen, but now, he had turned around and killed his clansmen. This wasn't the first time such a situation had happened. Obviously, this powerful demonic chief had been edified by Jiang Chen. Our leader has been subdued by Jiang Chen. A demonic devil of the evil clan roared. His tone was full of despair. That was their leader, their hope. Now, he had turned around and killed them. How could they accept this? Haha, amazing. Jiang Chen's means is just too powerful. He can even edify a half-step immortal king expert. With the addition of such a powerful helper, our chances of victory will be greater. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I really have no idea how he did it. He's simply inhuman. Even a half-step immortal king has been subdued by him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. There is such a heaven-defying technique in this world. Jiang Chen's existence is the bane of these fiendish demons. With him around, the fiendish demons have no chance of winning. Countless humans were stirred up. This was even better than killing a half-step immortal king by Jiang Chen, because killing a half-step immortal king wasn't a big deal. Now, the other party had become their helper. The gap between the two was just too huge. From afar, the 3 half-step immortal kings of the human race also saw all of this. Each of them couldn't help but wipe off their cold sweat. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. They knew that Jiang Chen and Tyrant had the means to subdue the demonic devils, but they had never thought that even a half-step immortal king would be subdued by Jiang Chen. This kid is simply heaven-defying. No one didn't sigh, but they had to admit that Jiang Chen's action had once again greatly boosted the morale of the human race, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. Bas. The 30th level of the Zulong Tower began to move restlessly. Under the continuous absorption of large amounts of blood essence and chi essence, the 30th level of the Zulong Tower had finally been fully condensed, but the Zulong Tower didn't stop there. It continued to rush towards the 31st level. As long as there was enough energy, the Zulong Tower would be able to grow indefinitely. The condensation of the 30th level had also given Jiang Chen tremendous benefits. The number of dragon marks in his Qi Si had increased once again, reaching 870,000. As long as the number of dragon marks reached 900,000, his cultivation base would be able to break through to the early Golden Immortal Realm. However, the gap between the half-step Golden Immortal Realm and the Golden Immortal Realm was huge, just like a chasm. Many cultivators would be stuck at this level for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. In other words, the condensation of the next dragon marks would be incomparably difficult. At least, it would be much more difficult than the condensation of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen didn't continue to attack. He just controlled the Zulong Tower to continuously absorb the energy. His eyes shifted to another battlefield. It was the ultimate battlefield of this war, the ultimate war between immortal kings. Jiang Chen felt that it was necessary for him to watch such a war and experience the feeling of an immortal king. Not only would it be helpful for his future cultivation, it would also be very beneficial for him to advance to the Golden Immortal Realm. There was no doubt about this. All along, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had been progressing too fast. Sometimes, he needed to stop and consolidate his cultivation base. Watching the war between immortal kings was a good opportunity for Jiang Chen to consolidate his cultivation base. In the sky above, Yang Bufan was holding a mountain-like auspicious cloud in his hand. The auspicious cloud kept rolling and flashing with lightning, looking extremely mystical. Yang Bufan's immortal king's mightiness was fully exposed. He let out a thunderous roar and threw the auspicious cloud forward, smashing it at Crazy Devil. Not to be outdone, Crazy Devil kept waving the magic wand in his hand, casting out mysterious runes. The magic wand turned into a monster, roaring at the sky. That monster was like the totem of the evil clan, the evilest thing in the world, the most terrifying existence. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the auspicious cloud. Hung long. The sky was smashed once again, turning into a chaotic zone. Terrifying destructive force spread everywhere. The shadows of the two immortal kings could no longer be seen. A tie, still a tie. Milky Way hangs in the ninth heaven. Yang Bufan's eyes bloomed with dazzling brilliance. His aura changed once more. His black hair fluttered like silk ribbons. A bright Milky Way appeared between his palms. Each and every one of them looked dreamy and enchanting, but behind this enchanting scene was a very terrifying destructive force. What a good move! This should be a king-level combat skill. Jiang Chen exclaimed inwardly. The Milky Way hangs in the ninth heaven had been fully displayed in Yang Bufan's hands. Whether it was momentum or power, it was perfectly displayed. Voila! The Milky Way in the ninth heaven formed a sky curtain. That was a domain. In that domain Yang Bufan was the king. Upon seeing this, Crazy Devil was finally moved. The strength of this human was beyond his imagination, but he didn't show any fear, because he also had some powerful means that he hadn't displayed yet. Chapter 1368. Crazy Devil also moved. He circulated all the energy in his body. The devil wand in his hand had vanished completely, or rather, it had been integrated into his body. Boundless devil waves surged out of Crazy Devil's body, condensing into a giant devil wheel. It was still the wheel of evil, but the wheel that was cast out by Crazy Devil was many times stronger than any demonic devil that Jiang Chen had encountered before. Whether it was the power or the qi, it was on a completely different level. Only in the hands of Crazy Devil could the Wheel of Evil truly blossom its brilliance. This was the ultimate performance of the Wheel of Evil, the most dazzling aspect. The huge devil wheel seemed to have come to life. Under the control of Crazy Devil, it rushed out. At the same time, Crazy Devil didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He directly broke into the light screen of the nine heavens. Even if it was Yang Bufan's domain, even if it was a trap set by Yang Bufan, Crazy Devil was fearless. This was ability. This was strength. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. The fact that Crazy Devil dared to do this indicated that he had absolute confidence. Hong Long. In the nine heavens Milky Way, the two great immortal kings once again launched an unprecedented fierce battle. There was a great oppressive force inside the nine heavens Milky Way, but it was extremely difficult to use this oppressive force to truly suppress the mad demon. The Wheel of Evil was too powerful. It had cut off a lot of the bright silver river, wreaking havoc in the nine heavens silver river. Yang Bufan continued to strike. Every palm strike carried the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Every strike was earth-shattering, shattering the surrounding space inch by inch. Spatial airflow kept spurting crazily. This was like the scene of the end of the world. It was hard to imagine that if an ordinary half-step immortal king entered this battlefield at this time, he would most likely be killed by the shockwaves. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce. A large number of demonic devils died tragically. After the half-step immortal king demonic chief was edified by Jiang Chen, he turned into a huge killing machine. The evil clan didn't have the strength to fight back at all. The ancestral dragon pagoda was the biggest beneficiary. It could be said that it had eaten its fill. In just an hour, half of the 31st level had been condensed. Although the number of demonic devils was much more than the human race, the outcome of the battle had basically been decided. The collapse of the evil clan had become very obvious. With the presence of Jiang Chen and Tyrant, it was only a matter of time before the demonic devils completely collapsed. Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the fierce battle between Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil. He didn't want to miss any scene of the battle between the two immortal kings. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that Yang Bufan was indeed a rare genius. Yang Bufan's talent wasn't inferior to Tian Muyun's. Crazy Devil was the supreme commander of the evil clan. The evil sacrificial altar could provide him with a steady stream of energy. Under such a powerful support, Yang Bufan didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. As the battle continued to intensify, Yang Bufan began to gain the upper hand, suppressing Crazy Devil. Evil Lord, I have to say that you're a very strong opponent. If I don't have any terrifying trump card, it won't be easy for me to kill you. Now, I'll let you see the terror of the evil sacrificial altar. Crazy Devil's devil chi rippled. He could already see that it was impossible to defeat Yang Bufan with his combat strength alone. Yang Bufan was getting more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He had begun to gain the upper hand. His opponent was like a peerless god of war, making him feel somewhat strenuous. However, Crazy Devil still had his trump card, the evil sacrificial altar. Only he knew the true terror of this altar. Is that so? Then release your altar. Let me see what kind of powerful ability this black and ugly altar has. Young Buffon's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was incomparably arrogant. For a man like him, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make him afraid. No matter how powerful the trump card of his opponent was, he would be able to withstand it. The might of Crazy Devil wouldn't make young Buffon nervous at all. It would only stimulate his fighting spirit and make his combat intent rise constantly. Gate of Evil, open. Crazy Devil spread his arms. He stood on the altar, but his chi had completely integrated with the altar. Hung long. As Crazy Devil's voice faded, the huge evil sacrificial altar suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering rumble. Then, a door emerged on the altar. Rays of dark light shot out from the inside of the door. Each ray of light was like an ancient passageway, from which came the sound of roaring and sin. This was the gate that led to the evil lord. The sound and the flickering scene from inside could affect anyone who heard it. A single glance at it would make one feel as though their soul was being devoured. Evil lord, do you dare to come in and fight me? Crazy Devil issued a provocation. Humph. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a door. Young Buffon harumphed coldly. Without any hesitation, he strode towards the evil gate. Don't! In the distance, Jiang Chen regained his senses and hastily warned Young Buffon, but it was already too late. Young Buffon's figure had already disappeared into the evil gate and entered the evil sacrificial altar. Not good. Brother Yang is a little reckless. That evil sacrificial altar isn't as simple as you think. Once you enter it, you will be completely under the control of Crazy Devil. If I'm not mistaken, this evil sacrificial altar must be able to evolve countless illusory realms to affect the opponent's mind and even devour their soul consciousness, turning them into a body of sin. It seems like I have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Yang will be in danger. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. He had already seen some clues about this evil sacrificial altar. As a powerful king weapon, it must have its own mystical side. It wouldn't be as simple as it looked on the surface. Moreover, Crazy Devil must have his own purpose in provoking young Buffon into the evil gate. He was just setting a trap for young Buffon. But young Buffon was just too arrogant. Despite knowing that it was a trap, he still chose to enter it. Jiang Chen used the great divination art to divine the situation. He deduced that young Buffon would be in danger inside the evil sacrificial altar, but it wouldn't be easy for Crazy Devil to kill him. Chapter 1369. The interior of the sacrificial altar was a completely different space. Because Crazy Devil didn't conceal the situation inside was clearly seen by the people outside. After young Buffon entered the sacrificial altar, he felt as though he had entered a new world. Everywhere was filled with the aura of sin. The sinful aura was so strong that it made young Buffon feel extremely uncomfortable. From his expression, it could be seen that he had been disturbed by the sinful aura at this moment, which had seriously affected his mind. Jie, evil lord, I didn't expect you to have the guts to enter the evil sacrificial altar. Since you're courting death, I have to fulfill your wish. Crazy Devil laughed evilly. His silhouette appeared in the evil space. His voice kept drifting in the air. His shadows were everywhere. For a moment, no one could tell which one was the real one. Young Buffon knitted his brows. For a moment, he couldn't tell which one was the real Crazy Devil. Kaka. Evil Lord, I'm everywhere in this place. Every one of them is an illusion and every one of them is the real one. The moment you enter my world, you're destined to perish. You will be assimilated by evil and become a slave of evil. Don't worry, I won't kill you at that time. I'll keep you alive to torture you every day. I'll make you kneel down and lick my feet every day. The mad demon's maniacal laughter was illusory and constantly appeared in different directions, making it difficult to grasp. Humph. Say that after you defeat me if you have the ability. Young Buffon harumphed coldly. He was now completely trapped in the evil space, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. He believed that with his ability, he would be able to break the illusion, find the weak point, and then kill Crazy Devil. However, Jiang Chen saw all of this. He deeply understood the terror of the illusion. Moreover, this evil space was created by a king weapon, the scariest sacrificial altar of the evil clan. Crazy Devil himself had already merged with the evil sacrificial altar. Even an intermediate golden immortal expert wouldn't be able to get out of the evil space easily, let alone Yang Bufan. Brother Yang has fallen into the prison of the space of evil. It's going to be hard for him to get out. If he stays here for too long, he might be affected by the space of evil and be assimilated by the evil. At that time, it would be too late to say anything. I have to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm as soon as possible and go help him. Jiang Chen had seen the situation clearly. He knew that this was the most critical moment. Once Yang Bufan was controlled, it would be equivalent to the extinction of the human race. At this time, only Jiang Chen could reverse the situation. Jiang Chen was enraged. He bellowed and rushed towards one of the half-step immortal kings. That half-step immortal king was fighting a human half-step immortal king. When he saw Jiang Chen charging towards him, his face changed instantly. He had already witnessed the terror of Jiang Chen before. Jiang Chen had already subdued a half-step immortal king. So in the face of this abnormal human, he couldn't help but feel fear. Get out of my way! Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd and yelled at the half-step immortal king. When the half-step immortal king saw the power of Jiang Chen, he immediately gave up the battlefield, leaving his opponent to Jiang Chen. Regretless subduing dragon. Jiang Chen attacked with all his strength. At this time, he could no longer hold back. Because the Zulong Tower was constantly absorbing energy, Jiang Chen's combat strength was constantly rising. The current Jiang Chen's combat strength was much stronger than when he was fighting the half-step immortal king. Plus, he had already used the second style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he could already use the third style of the Regretless Subduing Dragon, the most powerful attack. If Jiang Chen advanced to the early Golden Immortal Realm, he would be able to display the full power of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. At that time, the power would be even more astonishing. One should know that even Ouyang he hadn't reached the peak of the third style of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Roar! Violent Dragon Exterminating World. An enormous azure dragon appeared with indomitable pressure. The dragon might was vast and mighty. The chi of destruction was like a vast ocean, trapping the demonic chief in an instant. No! The demonic chief let out a roar. He could feel an extremely dangerous chi. That was destruction. He had already consumed a lot of his combat strength in the previous battle with the human expert. How could he be a match for Jiang Chen now? At this critical moment, he could only use the Wheel of Evil to defend himself. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Evil was completely vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. It was swallowed by the frenzied dragon in a single gulp. Hung Long. Subsequently, all the power of the regretless subduing dragon was pressed down. The destructive force turned into an ocean, drowning the demonic chief completely. The demonic chief's scales were shaken off, and a large amount of blood flowed out. This attack had taken away half of the demonic chief's life. While he was immersed in pain, a black portal suddenly appeared above his head. The demonic chief felt his blood essence and chi essence rushing into the portal through his wound. What's going on? What's going on? The demonic chief was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he was already completely trapped. Plus, Jiang Chen's oppressive chi made him unable to move. He could only wait for his death. Puchi! Of course, Jiang Chen was still very merciful. He chose to give the demonic chief a quick death. The combat halberd pierced through the demonic chief's head, killing him on the spot. Then, his body was rapidly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into a dried corpse. Wang. A half-step immortal king demonic devil could bring unimaginable energy to the Zulong Tower. The 31st level of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed in an instant. The 32nd level had also begun to condense. At the same time, another 15,000 new dragon marks were condensed in Jiang Chen's Qi Si, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 895,000. He only needed the last 5,000 dragon marks to advance to the early Golden Immortal Realm. Sure enough, the Golden Immortal Realm isn't that easy to break through. I initially thought that a half-step Immortal King was enough for me to advance, but it seems like it's still not enough. The last 5,000 dragon marks are the hardest to condense. It seems like I still need to kill another half-step Immortal King. Jiang Chen thought. He was incomparably surprised. The amount of energy required for the dragon transformation skill was getting larger and larger. It was simply like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. However, this also made Jiang Chen more determined to fight. After killing a half-step immortal king demonic devil, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on another half-step immortal king demonic devil that was in a fierce battle. Then he launched his attack. Chapter 1370. After the eruption, Jiang Chen directly launched his crazy and invincible mode. With the heavenly dragon combat halberd in his hand and his ability to suppress the demonic devils, no one in the entire battlefield was a match for Jiang Chen except for Crazy Devil. To put it bluntly, given Jiang Chen's current means, if Crazy Devil didn't make a move, he could kill all of these demonic devils by himself. Subduing a half-step immortal king demonic devil leader and killing another one was too much of a deterrent to the evil clan. Countless demonic devils were in chaos. Each and every one of them was trembling. There was no way for them to accept such an abnormal Jiang Chen, especially the remaining 2 to 3 half-step immortal kings. When they saw Jiang Chen charging towards them, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their only thought was to escape. As a powerful demonic devil leader, they had lost all will to resist. They had no doubt that they would also die if they were to fight Jiang Chen. Crazy Devil, who was in the evil sacrificial altar, also saw the changes on the battlefield. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen. How could he not know that apart from killing Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen was also on his list of targets in this life-and-death battle with the human race? But what he didn't expect was that this Jiang Chen had grown so fast. Now, not even a half-step immortal king could suppress him. It had reached the point where he had to deal with Jiang Chen personally. Damn it! How can there be so many abnormal beings in the human race? Crazy Devil couldn't help but curse. However, it wasn't easy for him to imprison Yang Bufan. He had no way to deal with Jiang Chen. Once he was distracted, given Jiang Chen's means, he would be able to get rid of the illusion. At that time, it would be almost impossible to deceive him into the evil sacrificial altar. Haha! Crazy Devil, you didn't expect that there's such a figure in the human race, right? Did you see that? Jiang Chen's strength has been improving all the time. He has a special means to restrain you all. The blood and essence of demonic devils are great supplements for him. Every time he kills one of you, his cultivation base will improve a little. Now, none of you half-step immortal kings are a match for him. When he advances to the early golden immortal realm, he will be qualified to fight you. At that time, you will be finished even if the two of us join forces. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Although he was trapped in the illusory realm, he was still aware of the situation outside. Even he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, but it was still a great thing for the human race that Jiang Chen had become stronger in such a tense battlefield. Plus, he really needed Jiang Chen's help now. That's right. Humph. Then I'll kill you first, then deal with that little beast. Crazy Devil harumphed coldly, intensifying his attack on Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's performance was strong, Crazy Devil still didn't put him in his eyes. His real opponent was Jiang Chen, his mortal enemy for 10 years. Now that he had finally trapped Jiang Chen, it was impossible for him to give up his attack on Jiang Chen just for a golden immortal puny figure. As long as Yang Bufan was killed, the human race would be finished. Crazy Devil still insisted on this thought. As a matter of fact, the moment Crazy Devil decided not to attack Jiang Chen for the time being, the evil clan was already doomed. He wouldn't understand that the threat of Jiang Chen's existence was much greater than Jiang Chen's. Of course, he would understand it sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. Hung long. The evil sacrificial altar erupted. Crazy Devil and the evil sacrificial altar had completely merged into one. Evil Qi enveloped everything. He had evolved into an incomparably evil and terrifying world, constantly attacking Yang Bufan. At the same time, he wanted to erode Yang Bufan's soul and assimilate him with the evil Qi. Ghost flames, skeletons, zombies, spirits. All kinds of ghastly ghosts appeared, roaring and attacking Yang Bufan ferociously. Roar! Yang Bufan roared loudly. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at those ghosts. However, he found that those ghosts were just evolved and didn't really exist. What a powerful illusory realm. Yang Bufan didn't frown. His eyes were already a little bloodshot. Obviously, even with Yang Bufan's strength, he was still affected by the illusory realm. As the illusory realm continued to intensify, the influence would only grow stronger. This wasn't a good thing. Jia, Yang Bufan, you're finished. After killing you, I'll torture that Jiang Chen brat and let him experience the terrifying means of the evil clan. I'll let him know that the evil clan isn't an existence that he can fight against. Crazy Devil's voice kept reverberating in the evil sacrificial altar. It was eerie and creepy, making one's hair stand on end. His voice was emitted from the evil chi in the evil sacrificial altar. Apart from entering Yang Bufan's ears, it also impacted Yang Bufan's soul, seriously affecting his mind. Jiang Chen saw all of this, and began to feel anxious. He had already begun to be affected, because he didn't know how terrifying the evil sacrificial altar was. Without experiencing it himself, it was impossible for him to know what the scene inside was like. Kill! Jiang Chen bellowed and came to the side of another half-step immortal king demonic devil at lightning speed. Seeing Jiang Chen rushing over, the opponent hastily made way for Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll leave it to you. That human expert spoke. After witnessing Jiang Chen's thunderous means, he had incomparable confidence in Jiang Chen. He glanced at his opponent with pity, then turned and rushed to the other battlefield. Regretless falling dragon. The situation was urgent. Jiang Chen didn't give his opponent any chance to resist. He struck out with the mighty regretless falling dragon. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 Murdering could be said to be invincible. Not to mention demonic devils. Even ordinary half-step immortal kings of the human race couldn't resist it. Arg! Although the demonic devil was fully prepared, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. His entire body was torn apart by the frenzied dragon. One should know that the current Jiang Chen's combat strength had improved a lot compared to the time when he killed the demonic devil. The Zulong Tower instantly enveloped the demonic devil. All the blood and essence of the demonic devil were instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into nutrients for the Zulong Tower. Buzz. Chapter 1371. There was just too much energy. Dragon marks were forming one after another. These new dragon marks were like real primordial black dragons, rampaging in his chi sea with extraordinary might. The current Jiang Chen was only 5,000 dragon marks away from the early golden immortal realm. The boost from the advancement of the Zulong Tower and the devil soul of a half-step immortal king was more than enough for Jiang Chen to advance to the early golden immortal realm. Roar! The roar of a mad dragon shook the heaven and earth, alarming the entire battlefield. Jiang Chen had turned into a real dragon. The primordial war dragon looked like it was about to be born, carrying endless pressure. There was just too much energy, enough for Jiang Chen to use. A large number of immortal metastones were refined. Not only did Jiang Chen's cultivation base break through to the early golden immortal realm, he also condensed another 10,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 910,000. Jiang Chen, who had advanced to the golden immortal realm, could only be described as powerful. His dragon eyes flickered with brilliance. Even the half-step immortal kings felt incomparably shocked. That was a kind of deep shock that made their souls tremble. So powerful. He's too powerful. This is an primordial war dragon. Why do I feel that this isn't a transformation technique, but the emergence of a real dragon? Could it be that the long-lost primordial war dragon is going to reappear in the world? Powerful. He's only at the golden immortal realm. It's really hard to imagine how terrifying he would be when he advances to a higher realm in the future. Jiang Chen has advanced again. His speed of advancement is simply unbearable. Previously, he was able to kill a half-step immortal king when he was still a half-step golden immortal. Now that he has advanced to the golden immortal realm, killing a half-step immortal king will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The evil lord has been trapped by the evil sacrificial altar. The advancement of Jiang Chen at this time is too important for our human race. Given his current combat strength, he already has the ability to fight an immortal king. Now that he has joined forces with the evil lord, the hope of our human race has come. Seeing that Jiang Chen had advanced and become even more powerful, all the humans were excited. Although the human race had always had the upper hand in the battle, everyone knew very well that the final outcome of this war would still depend on Crazy Devil and the evil lord. As long as Crazy Devil was killed, the human race would be able to win. If Crazy Devil wasn't killed, it would be meaningless no matter how many demonic devils were killed. The final outcome of the human race would still be exterminated. Therefore, the fact that Yang Bufan was trapped had cast a shadow in everyone's heart. Many of them began to worry. Now that they saw Jiang Chen rising to the top, it had rekindled their hope. Kaka, this guy is going to erupt again. The evil clan is finished. Big Yellow couldn't help but laugh when he saw Jiang Chen's rise. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's means, but he knew it very well. Jiang Chen's eruption was undoubtedly an incomparably heavy blow to the evil clan. Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar and lunged at Crazy Devil. Without any hesitation, he broke into the evil gate and entered the evil space. Seeing Jiang Chen leaving, the remaining half-step Immortal King couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was just too scary. The pressure that Jiang Chen gave him was too great. He would rather deal with 3 half-step Immortal Kings of the human race alone than deal with Jiang Chen. Moreover, this demonic leader was incomparably confident in Crazy Devil, or rather, in the evil sacrificial altar. He knew how terrifying the illusion inside the evil space was. He was certain that as long as Jiang Chen entered the evil space, even if he joined forces with the evil lord, the final outcome would still be death. Kill. Jiang Chen went to help Yang Bufan. The human army erupted. 3 half-step Immortal Kings attacked the remaining half-step Immortal King powerfully. 3 against 1. It was imaginable what would happen to the demonic chief. On the battlefield, the half-step Immortal King who was edified by Jiang Chen was still wantonly slaughtering his own people. At this time, all the demonic devils of the evil clan began to tremble in fear. How could they still have the slightest bit of power? Their morale was receding like a receding tide. In the evil space, when Crazy Devil saw Jiang Chen rushing over, he immediately opened the evil gate. Humph! Another one has come to court death. As long as he enters this evil gate, he will die. Crazy Devil harumphed coldly. He was too confident in his evil sacrificial altar. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Roar! Jiang Chen's dragon roar shook the sky. He broke into the evil gate and entered the evil space. The current Yang Bufan had been seriously affected by the evil qi. His eyes were full of blood-red light. Evil qi began to overflow from his body. However, he wasn't an easy opponent after all. He wouldn't be subdued so easily. He was still maintaining his basic consciousness. Brother Jiang, congratulations on advancing to the Golden Immortal Realm. Be careful. The illusion in this evil space is very powerful. It's easy to lose yourself in it. Don't be careless. Yang Bufan warned. Don't worry. These things can't do anything to me. Since we're going to compete in illusion, let's have a try. Jiang Chen was incomparably arrogant. He had the capital to be arrogant. The illusion in this evil space was indeed terrifying, but Jiang Chen didn't put it in his heart at all. Great Illusion Realm! Jiang Chen bellowed. Illusory light surged out of his body like a tide, penetrating into the surroundings. When he first obtained the Great Illusion Realm, he already knew how terrifying this illusion was. He didn't know what level it was, but it didn't seem to be any weaker than the evil space. Moreover, illusions depended on the user's spiritual energy. Jiang Chen had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. Combined with the Great Illusion Realm, the effect of this technique was incomparable to the evil space. Under the impact of the illusory realms, the energy within the sinful space was greatly shaken and started to tremble. Many of the illusory realms were unable to condense and started to collapse. The ghosts roared before gradually disappearing. Yang Bufan, who had been seriously affected by the evil qi, regained his clarity in an instant. He had completely gotten rid of the shackles of the evil space. Amazing! Yang Bufan glanced at Jiang Chen and praised sincerely. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a terrifying and heaven-defying means. He had actually used an even more powerful illusion to break the evil space. Impossible! How could this be? Just what kind of method did this kid use to actually be able to impact my illusion to such a state? Crazy Devil was also shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was very familiar with the situation in the evil space. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Chapter 1372. Jiang Chen controlled the Great Illusion Realm to fight against the evil void. He didn't expect the Great Illusion Realm to affect Crazy Devil's mind. Jiang Chen's purpose was to prevent himself and Yang Bufan from being affected by the illusion of the evil void. As long as the evil void lost its meaning, Crazy Devil would lose his trump card. In this way, the alliance between Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan would be enough to kill Crazy Devil. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's current combat strength wasn't enough to fight a real immortal king. Although his dragon transformation could increase his combat strength by 10 times, The gap between a golden immortal and an immortal king was just too great, not to mention a powerful immortal king like Crazy Devil. However, it was exactly because of his identity as the Crazy Devil that Jiang Chen was qualified to fight him. Jiang Chen had the ability to completely restrain and suppress demons and devils. Whether it was the dragon transformation skill, the true dragon flames, or the heavenly thunderfire, he was able to completely suppress the Crazy Devil. This had indirectly narrowed the gap between them. Brother Yang, I'll control the illusion. You go and kill him. As long as my illusion destroys the organization in the evil void, Crazy Devil will be affected. Jiang Chen said to Yang Bufan. All right. Yang Bufan's body flickered. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Crazy Devil. After losing the influence of the illusion of the evil void, Yang Bufan felt relaxed all over and his combat strength could be displayed perfectly. Hung Long. The combat sword in Yang Bufan's hand was also a powerful king weapon. With a slash, the heaven and earth were destroyed and the howling of ghosts and howling of wolves could be heard. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Crazy Devil's head. Damn it! Because the illusion of the evil void was broken, Crazy Devil was in a very bad mood. It could be said that his mind had been affected. At this moment, when he saw Yang Bufan's powerful attack, he immediately raised the devil wand in his hand and struck out a ghastly light at Yang Bufan's sword. Hung Long. The sword and the devil wand collided with each other, immediately producing a large number of sparks. The fierce collision between two immortal kings shook the entire space. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of the space inside the evil altar, this attack alone was enough to tear the space apart. Haha, with the help of Jiang Chen, the more Yang Bufan fought, the braver he became. His chi was completely unleashed, sweeping away the haze from before. Then, he launched a storm-like attack at the Mad Devil, firmly suppressing it. Rawr! Crazy Devil roared furiously, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Originally, he could completely suppress Yang Bufan with the illusory realm in the evil space, slowly assimilate him and then kill him. Everything was going smoothly and there wouldn't be any problem, but the appearance of Jiang Chen had disrupted all his plans and destroyed his illusory realm, causing him to lose his biggest advantage and trump card. Crazy Devil knew very well that this was very disadvantageous to him. Crazy Demon, it's useless no matter how loud you shout. The truth is already set in stone. The evil clan is destined to perish. This is something you can't change. Yang Bufan launched another attack with the sword in his hand, not giving Crazy Devil a chance to breathe. At this time, Yang Bufan deeply felt that it was the right thing to do to rope in Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the consequences of today's situation would be unimaginable. Not only would he fall here, but the entire human race in the evil abyss would also be destroyed. Little beast, do you think you can deal with me like this? I'll kill you first. Crazy Devil's eyes were filled with blood-red light. His thin body began to transform, growing to hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This was a peerless Crazy Devil with monstrous devil might. No ordinary person could resist him. Roar! After Crazy Devil transformed into his true form, his combat strength had improved. He swept his devil wand and struck out a devil light at Jiang Chen. He could already see that Jiang Chen was a greater threat than Yang Bufan. If he wanted to win today's war, he must kill Jiang Chen first. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he wouldn't have any chance. Just in time, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Seeing that Crazy Devil was attacking him, he didn't have the slightest fear. The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand and flames filled the air. With a casual swing, a fire dragon wreaked havoc. Under the frenzy of the fire dragon, the power of the devil light emitted by Crazy Devil weakened a lot. This was the ultimate suppression of a natural enemy. Even Crazy Devil was no exception. Under the restraint of the true dragon fire and thunder fire, the power of Crazy Devil's attack would be reduced by half. Roar! The mad dragon wreaked havoc. Crazy Devil's attack couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen and was easily dealt with by Jiang Chen. What? How can this bastard have such powerful flames? This is the interior of the evil sacrificial altar. Ordinary flames can't even burn this place, let alone restrain my devil chi. Damn it! Mad Demon almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At first, he didn't care about this person at all, but now he had become a big problem. He wanted to get rid of him, but he couldn't. This was really an extremely frustrating thing. Good. Yang Bufan praised and continued to attack Crazy Devil. Now that Crazy Devil's mind was in chaos, it was the best time to deal with him. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't miss it. I'll stabilize the Great Illusion Realm and then we'll kill him together. Jiang Chen spoke. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that although Yang Bufan could suppress Crazy Devil, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill Crazy Devil. He didn't want to waste too much time. His Great Illusion Realm had already shattered Crazy Devil's evil spatial zone. He needed to stabilize the illusory realm as soon as possible, and then free his hands to eliminate Crazy Devil. If he and Yang Bufan joined forces, Crazy Devil wouldn't be able to hold on for long. All right. Yang Bufan nodded and exerted all his strength to bombard Crazy Devil, leaving him with no time to deal with Jiang Chen. On the other side, Jiang Chen exerted his great soul derivation technique to the extreme. Very soon, the Great Illusion Realm was fully formed. In other words, although they were inside the evil sacrificial altar of Crazy Devil, this space no longer belonged to Crazy Devil, but was under the complete control of Jiang Chen. Come on! Jiang Chen roared. His entire body turned into a true dragon and merged with the heavenly saint's sword, achieving the perfect unity of man and sword. Then, he lunged at Crazy Devil. His dragon body was covered with flames, turning the entire spatial zone into a sea of fire. Under the suppression of the flames, Crazy Devil clearly felt that his combat strength was greatly restricted. He couldn't even exert his full combat strength like before. Damn it! Fear began to creep into Crazy Devil's heart. The one he was really afraid of now was Yang Bufan, because his combat strength was affected, but Yang Bufan wasn't. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for Yang Bufan? Chapter 1373. Roar. Crazy Devil had completely entered a berserk state. The magic wand in his hand had completely turned into a devil dragon, thrusting towards Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. However, even in this berserk state, he still couldn't change the fact that he was being suppressed by the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Under such suppression, he could only exert half of his combat strength. Hung Long. Crazy Devil's magic wand collided with Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword, almost tearing the evil space apart. One had to admit that Crazy Devil was really powerful. Despite being suppressed, he was still able to push Jiang Chen back. However, in order to push Jiang Chen back, it wasn't easy for Crazy Devil either. It could be said that he had consumed a lot of his strength. At this time, Jiang Chen's powerful attack had arrived. The huge combat sword slashed down like lightning from the 9 heavens, reaching the top of Crazy Devil's head in the blink of an eye. Roar! Crazy Devil roared once more, but without the help of the evil sacrificial altar and the presence of a freak like Jiang Chen, he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. When Yang Bufan's sword collided with Crazy Devil's devil wand, a terrifying immortal king force erupted, almost sending the devil wand flying away. Crazy Devil felt his blood and chi churning, indescribably uncomfortable. Cracks appeared on his huge palm and blood gushed out. He's finished. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. In a life-and-death battle, one had to take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Now that Crazy Devil was injured and his mind was in a mess, this was the best time to kill him. He wouldn't give the enemy any chance to catch his breath, let alone the chance to escape. Howl! There was no need for Jiang Chen to say anything. Yang Bufan's combat experience was incomparably rich. The moment he saw Crazy Devil was injured, he struck once again. His thunderous strike was even more terrifying and violent than the previous one. There were 2 sounds of sword whistling. Other than Yang Bufan's combat sword, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword was unleashed once more. Under Jiang Chen's control, the Great Illusion Realm had taken complete control of this place. The entire spatial zone was filled with flames, turning it into a sea of fire. Every wisp of flame was the fusion of true dragon fire and thunder fire. As long as Crazy Devil was here, he would be severely affected and restrained by the flames, unable to fully exert his combat strength. Roar! Crazy Devil was infuriated and aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Even if he was in his peak state, he might not be a match for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen. Moreover, he could only exert half of his combat strength now. He was no match for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen. Boundless devil waves roared out of Crazy Devil's body, turning into a powerful monster that looked like the totem of the evil clan. It howled at Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan ferociously. Hong! However, all of this was futile and useless. Under the joint attack of the 2 swords, the monster was immediately chopped into pieces, seeming to be unable to withstand a single blow. The entire scene was as easy as crushing rotten wood, without the slightest surprise. Barf. Finally, Crazy Devil couldn't bear such a crazy attack. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his chi became even weaker. Crazy Devil, you're finished. Young Buffon sneered. No, it can't be. Crazy Devil, am the evil sovereign. I won't die. Evil sacrificial altar, rise. Crazy Devil went berserk. He tried to control the evil sacrificial altar to launch a final counterattack, but to his horror, he found that he could no longer control it. No, impossible. How could this be? Crazy Devil was astonished. He couldn't accept this fact. All along, only he could control the evil sacrificial altar. Now, he couldn't control it anymore. How could he accept this? Crazy Devil, your evil space has been completely destroyed by me. Now, this is the great illusion realm, my illusion realm. I've completely cut off the connection between you and the evil sacrificial altar. Now, I'm the true master of this place. You're finished. Jiang Chen's voice sounded like a ghost, pulling Mad Devil back to reality with just one sentence. Only now did he notice that the connection between him and the evil sacrificial altar had been cut off by some invisible force. Just like what Jiang Chen said, he could no longer control the evil sacrificial altar. This situation made Crazy Devil truly terrified. Panic emerged on his face. This evil sacrificial altar was originally used to imprison Yang Bufan, but he didn't expect that it would trap him instead, turning him into a turtle in a jar. This was an unimaginable blow to Crazy Devil's heart. Brother Jiang Chen's means are truly heaven-defying. Crazy Devil, you're now a turtle in a jar. You can only be manipulated by me. What right do you have to be so arrogant? After killing you, I'll eliminate all the demonic devils here, making the evil clan disappear from this heaven and earth. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he was determined to kill Crazy Devil. As long as he killed Crazy Devil, the evil clan would be finished. His wish of 10 years would finally come true. Yang Bufan was very excited. Because as long as he destroyed the evil clan, he would have an unprecedented sense of achievement. Under the impact of this sense of achievement, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm, reaching another terrifying level. Hung Long. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan struck once more. It was still as thunderous as before. Destructive energy waves and sea of fire were everywhere. All the energies interweaved together, forming a huge energy net, enveloping the Crazy Devil completely. Arg! Crazy Devil's mind was in chaos. His combat intent was gradually fading. Coupled with his injuries and his combat strength being suppressed by Jiang Chen, he had lost all hope and was no match for them. In the face of the frenzied attacks of Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, he couldn't resist at all. Hung Long. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen continued to attack violently, not giving the devil the slightest chance. Such an attack lasted for 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, the Crazy Devil was completely submerged in the energy net. His figure couldn't be seen. Only his wails could be heard coming from inside the net. In the end, the screams became weaker and weaker. When the energy dissipated, Crazy Devil's figure was revealed. The current Crazy Devil was like an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with countless wounds and blood. He wasn't dead yet, but he was on the verge of death. There was no room for him to resist anymore. Brother Yang, how about leaving this Crazy Devil to me? Chapter 1374. All right, I'll leave it to you. Yang Bufan retracted his chi. He knew what Jiang Chen meant. The current Crazy Devil was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen knew that Jiang Chen had a mysterious cultivation method that could absorb the essence and blood of demonic devils, using this strange method to stimulate one's potential and enhance one's cultivation base. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen was able to advance so quickly in a place like Evil Abyss. To Jiang Chen, this Crazy Devil was a great treasure. Perhaps, it could help Jiang Chen advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Yang Bufan also knew that Jiang Chen's next target was the mighty Tian Muyun. Given Tian Muyun's ability, he might have already advanced to the true immortal king realm. Given Jiang Chen's current means, he wasn't a match for Tian Muyun. Therefore, Yang Bufan wouldn't compete with Jiang Chen for the benefits that Crazy Devil brought him. Anyway, there was nothing to compete about. Yang Bufan had already achieved his goal. His biggest goal in Evil Abyss was to unify this place and eradicate the evil clan. Now that he had achieved it, the sense of achievement had loosened his bottleneck. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the intermediate Immortal King realm. In addition, Yang Bufan was very grateful to Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to achieve his goal and break through his bottleneck. More importantly, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, his life would still be in danger when he was trapped in the evil sacrificial altar. In other words, Jiang Chen was his savior. Even the arrogant Yang Bufan had to admit that Jiang Chen had indeed saved his life. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite with Yang Bufan. He struck out the true dragon palm, enveloping Crazy Devil. No! Crazy Devil roared. He could sense an extremely dangerous chi. It was a threat to his life. He had never felt this before. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. Crazy Devil didn't want to die, but he had no strength to resist. At this critical moment, he still wanted to rely on the evil sacrificial altar to save his life, but unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Chen was too ruthless. Given his current state, he wouldn't be able to escape Jiang Chen's palm even with the evil sacrificial altar. Die! Crazy Devil! Jiang Chen's attack was merciless. The true dragon palm pressed down like a huge mountain. It was a horrifying scene. Everyone below shifted their attention to the scene. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet. At this moment, whether it was the humans or the evil clan, all of their eyes fell upon the space inside the evil sacrificial altar. The human race was incomparably excited, while the evil clan was incomparably tragic. Everyone knew very well that the time to decide the winner and loser had come. As long as Jiang Chen killed Crazy Devil, it would mean that the evil clan's destiny had come to an end, and they would no longer be able to stand in the evil abyss. Arg! There was no way to change the outcome. Everyone heard Crazy Devil let out a blood-curdling scream under Jiang Chen's attack. Then, he was smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's palm. The door of the Zulong Tower had always been open. The moment Crazy Devil was slapped to death, Jiang Chen swallowed his body. However, Jiang Chen grabbed Crazy Devil's devil soul at the last moment and didn't let the Zulong Tower absorb it. This tower was a bottomless pit. There was no energy that it couldn't absorb. If the Zulong Tower absorbed the devil soul of an immortal king, the benefits to Jiang Chen would be reduced by 90%. Naturally, Jiang Chen would enjoy it alone. Rumble. Crazy Devil was dead. The evil sacrificial altar began to move restlessly, emitting cracking sounds. The evil space was about to collapse. Brother Jiang, get out of here quickly. The evil sacrificial altar has completely fused with Crazy Devil. Now that Crazy Devil is dead, the evil sacrificial altar is about to explode. Yang Bufan hastily reminded. The self-explosion of a powerful king weapon wasn't something to be trifled with. It was better not to try it rashly. Hung Long. Almost as soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, the evil sacrificial altar exploded completely. A hole was blasted open in the sky. Gloomy and cold spatial airflow gushed out from the hole. The sky darkened completely, losing its previous color. It looked as though the end of the world had arrived. It was incomparably terrifying. It made everyone's soul feel an invisible and powerful pressure, which made them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Oh my God! This is the power of the explosion of a king weapon. It's simply earth-shattering. If I was in that explosion, I'm afraid that not even my dregs would be left. It's too terrifying, but Crazy Devil is dead. We have won. Haha, from now on, Evil Abyss will be the territory of the human race. This battle is really satisfying. I have never felt so thrilling and hot-blooded in the Evil Abyss since I came here. Many people of the human race were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. At this moment, the internal strife of the human race seemed to have disappeared. There was only a kind of unity and collective glory. As for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen, no one was worried about their safety. Although the power of the explosion of a king weapon was terrifying, it was almost impossible for it to hurt them. In the sky, under the terrifying energy, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan reappeared. The two of them stood opposite each other, exuding an extraordinary aura, like two peerless war gods. Jiang Chen had already returned to his human form, but his qi was still rising. This was because the Zulong Tower had absorbed the enormous essence and blood qi of Crazy Devil, and was breaking through to the 33rd floor. This was the most critical floor. It was incomparably difficult to break through, and the energy required was also unimaginable. The energy required was much more terrifying than any of the previous floors. Even a powerful immortal king might not be enough. Roar! On the battlefield below, the demonic devils of the evil clan raised their heads and roared at the sky. Their roars were filled with pain and unwillingness, as well as a strong sense of despair. Yes, the evil clan was in complete despair. The death of Crazy Devil indicated the complete annihilation of the evil clan. To the evil abyss, this was a historic change. Brother Jiang, what should we do with these demonic devils? Yang Bufan asked. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. This race shouldn't exist. Jiang Chen's words were ruthless. This had always been his way of doing things. Sometimes when it was necessary to be ruthless, one must be ruthless. Moreover, a race like the evil clan was excessively cruel and shouldn't exist. Chapter 1375. Kill. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, before Yang Bufan could give an order, the human army had already launched another round of attack on the remaining demonic devils. This should be the last round of attack. The demonic devils had completely lost their morale. Many of them had begun to give up resistance and chose to flee. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy for them to escape at this time. Yang Bufan stretched his arms, feeling an indescribable sense of achievement. Although most of the victory was attributed to Jiang Chen, it was of great significance to Yang Bufan. In order to achieve this, he had persisted for 10 years. Today, his wish had finally come true. Moreover, the reason why Jiang Chen could play such a big role was because of Jiang Chen. If Yang Bufan hadn't chosen Jiang Chen and helped Jiang Chen at all costs, there wouldn't be such a great victory today. This was karma. You reap what you sow. Therefore, Yang Bufan naturally enjoyed the victory at this moment. This was a victory that belonged to Jiang Chen and himself. As for whether the evil clan would be annihilated or not, Yang Bufan didn't care at all. In his heart, the evil clan was a demonic devil, a powerful alien race. They should be annihilated. Yang Bufan believed that if the situation was reversed and the human race was defeated, the crazy devil would definitely kill them without hesitation, turning the human race into the demonic devil's food. There was no doubt about this. Yang Bufan felt that his bottleneck had begun to loosen. He had achieved his long-awaited goal. Such a situation was like an epiphany that was extremely rare among cultivators. It could only be encountered by chance. Yang Bufan was currently in such a state. This state was too precious. As long as his thoughts were smooth, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. Yang Bufan had been accumulating for 10 years. His foundation was just too strong. Once it erupted, the consequences would be unpredictable. Hung Long. A powerful chi wave and pressure suddenly rushed out of Yang Bufan's body, overflowing in all directions like a tide. Under the surge of the powerful force, Yang Bufan actually broke through to the intermediate immortal king realm. This wasn't the end of it. His chi was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good. Brother Yang has obtained a great opportunity. His foundation has been accumulating for 10 years and is already very strong. Now that he has completed his dream, his mind is clear and his thoughts are smooth, advancing to the intermediate immortal king realm. However, this is far from his ultimate potential. It seems like it won't be a problem for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Yang Bufan. A figure like him would have a limitless future. While Yang Bufan was madly breaking through to the late immortal king realm, Jiang Chen wasn't idling either. The energy of Crazy Devil was just too enormous. He had already broken through half of the 33rd level. As long as the 33rd level was completed, Jiang Chen would be able to know a secret of the Zulong Tower and gain real benefits from it. This was what Jiang Chen was most interested in and eager to know. Roar, roar. Below, the human race and the demonic beasts were engaged in the final battle. Blood flowed like a river. The evil clan was not a match for the human race at all. After countless demonic beasts died, they were sucked dry by the Zulong Tower and became Jiang Chen's nourishment. The 33rd floor was too difficult to break through, and the amount of energy required was too huge. At the last moment, Jiang Chen could not absorb any of the purified energy from the Zulong Tower. In the past, after the Zulong Tower absorbed energy, It would give Jiang Chen a small amount of pure energy so that Jiang Chen could condense dragon marks. But now, Jiang Chen could not get any energy from the Zulong Tower. This could only mean one thing. The Zulong Tower had gone all out in order to break through the 33rd floor. The amount of energy required for this floor was just too huge. As such, all of the energy was used to break through the 33rd floor. Jiang Chen didn't complain about the situation, because he cared too much about this level. He believed that once the 33rd level of the pagoda was completely unlocked, the benefits he could get from it would be much greater than the purification energy that he could get from the pagoda. Merciful Buddha. Tao Light Buddha Body. On the battlefield, Tyrant went crazy once more. He casted the Tao Light Buddha Body even more ferocious than before. His Tao Light Buddha Body looked taller than before. Affected by the impact of the battlefield, Tyrant's cultivation realm had advanced to the early golden immortal realm. There was no suspense in the following battle. The demonic devils were routed and killed by the humans. The battle lasted for another 2 hours. All the demonic devils were killed. Just like what Jiang Chen had ordered, not a single one of them was left alive. The entire evil clan was annihilated. The only ones who survived were those who had been purified by Jiang Chen and Tyrant. Although they were still demonic devils of the evil clan, they had already become the slaves of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. It was impossible for them to cause any more trouble. The war had ended, and the city of Sin had been completely destroyed. However, this was no longer important. The most important thing was the victory. Every human's face was filled with excitement. For a man to be able to experience such a world-shaking war in his lifetime was a kind of pride in itself. It was worth it. Everyone raised their head to look at the 2 great figures hovering in the sky. Yang Bufan's chi had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, only a step away from the late immortal king realm. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's chi didn't change much, but the Zulong Tower that he had secretly controlled was undergoing earth-shaking changes. After receiving a large amount of energy, the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely broken through. We've won. This war is really satisfying. I've never felt so satisfied before. Look, the evil lord's cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. I have no idea how much stronger he is compared to before. He's breaking through to the late immortal king realm. How terrifying. Given the talent of the evil lord, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for him to break through to the immortal emperor realm or even the immortal venerable realm in the future. Compared to the evil lord, Jiang Chen is the truly terrifying one. Look at him. He's only an early golden immortal, but he can already fight an immortal king. God knows how terrifying he will be once he advances to the immortal king realm. At that time, I'm afraid that he will be able to fight an immortal emperor. That's right. He's a true monstrous genius, a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. No one can estimate his achievement. Chapter 1376. Night fell, but the chi in the sky didn't diminish in the slightest. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen stood in the sky, their black hair fluttering in the wind, as though they were the only ones in the heavens and earth. Countless humans below didn't speak a word. The scene was strangely quiet. All of them wanted to witness a miracle. They wanted to see the transformation of Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan break through to the late immortal king realm. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that both Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen were at the most critical moment. Needless to say, Yang Bufan was in the middle of breaking through to the late immortal king realm. He must not be disturbed. Everyone's epiphany represented a great transformation. Such a transformation was incomparably important to any cultivator. When the epiphany ended, it was also the time when the cultivator would gain the most benefits. Just like Yang Bufan, he had entered a completely different realm. If someone interrupted him at this moment, he would certainly fight with his life on the line. The same went for Jiang Chen. The breakthrough to the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was much more difficult than he had imagined. Now that he had enough energy, he only needed to wait for the moment when the energy was fully condensed. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to be negligent, because he had a feeling that the 33rd floor was different from the other floors. In the ancestral dragon pagoda before the 33rd level, if the pagoda was only halfway through the breakthrough, the energy would be used to break through the next level. However, the 33rd level was different. If the pagoda could not be completed in one go, it would be a waste. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity again in the future. If I'm not mistaken, Little Chenzi's Zulong Tower has reached its most critical moment. De Huang Dog had unique eyesight. Plus, he knew Jiang Chen's trump card very well, so he could see what Jiang Chen was going to do at a glance. Do you think he can succeed? Tyrant asked. He hasn't done anything that hasn't succeeded yet. De Huang Dog chuckled. Tyrant also laughed. Their confidence in Jiang Chen had been deeply rooted in their bones. After all, they knew Jiang Chen too well. All along, there seemed to be nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. The silence lasted for 2 hours. Yang Bufan's qi began to change dramatically. His cultivation base had finally broken through to the late Immortal King realm from the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm. Haha. Yang Bufan threw his head back and laughed heartily, like a true king venting his anger. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, heard another layer of bitterness from Yang Bufan's laughter. It was an indescribable feeling, as though he had suffered some kind of attack for this day. It seems that Brother Yang is also a person with secrets. Jiang Chen sighed. He had long felt that Yang Bufan wasn't an ordinary person. If Yang Bufan was an ordinary person, he wouldn't have stayed in a place like Evil Abyss for 10 years. At this time, the breakthrough of the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower had finally been completed. Bas! The Zulong Tower let out a deafening roar, like the overturning of rivers and seas, but only Jiang Chen could hear it. No one else could. Good. The 33rd floor is finally completed. I wonder what secret is hidden in the Zulong Tower, but now isn't the time to study it. I'll go back to a place where there's no one around and study it properly. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had also been waiting for this day for a long time. It had been a long time since he obtained the Zulong Tower. The secret of the Zulong Tower had always been on Jiang Chen's mind. Now that he had finally achieved it, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Congratulations, Brother Yang, on breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the terrifying late Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. The fact that Yang Bufan had advanced to the late Immortal King realm was a matter worthy of celebration and congratulation. Brother Jiang Chen, your contribution in eliminating the evil clan can't be buried. I'm very glad that I chose to befriend you. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to wait for this day. Yang Bufan spoke, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Chen. Both he and Jiang Chen weren't shy people. After experiencing the war together, their friendship had deepened and they had truly regarded each other as friends. To Yang Bufan, it was incomparably joyful to see that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more powerful. Brother Yang, now that the evil clan has been completely unified, you have also fulfilled one of your wishes. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. I intend to leave this place after a period of time. There's nothing left in this place that's worthy of my nostalgia. I still have things to do. Yang Bufan said with a smile. You and I are the same. We won't be trapped in the same place. My cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds this time. I've gained tremendous benefits from the war with the evil clan, but I still have a stronger enemy. Tian Muyun is very likely to have become a true immortal king. I need some time to digest my cultivation base. When I get out of here, it will be the time for me to have a showdown with Tian Muyun. Some grudges will have to be settled sooner or later. It's time to settle the grudge between me and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen said. He had some understanding of Tian Muyun. The last time he returned to Tianyun Pavilion, he had already sensed Tian Muyun's qi. Tian Muyun had half a foot in the Immortal King realm. After being humiliated by Yang Bufan, Tian Muyun would certainly use this as motivation to break through to the Immortal King realm. Given Tian Muyun's talent, he might have already succeeded. Even if Tian Muyun succeeded, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest fear. What he needed to do now was to break through to the next realm. As long as he reached the intermediate Golden Immortal realm, he would have the confidence to get rid of Tian Muyun. Speaking of advancing to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm, Jiang Chen had his own means. The violent devil soul in his hand was what he relied on. An Immortal King level devil soul was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm, but Jiang Chen was also afraid of this, because he had advanced too quickly during this period of time. If he continued to rely on this method to advance, it was likely to affect his foundation. In that case, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, what Jiang Chen needed to do now was to find a way to stabilize his foundation and digest what he had gained during this period of time. This process required a certain amount of time to settle down. However, Jiang Chen's mind wasn't on this, but on the Zulong Tower. He couldn't wait to enter the 33rd floor to explore the secret of Zulong Tower. All right. Brother Jiang, go and cultivate in seclusion. I will arrange the matters here and prepare to leave. Chapter 1377. Under normal circumstances, people like Yang Bufan would feel a little disappointed at the same time. After all, the strongest opponent of the past 10 years had been eliminated all of a sudden. This would more or less dampen their excitement, but in Jiang Chen's point of view, Yang Bufan's excitement hadn't diminished at all. This indicated that Yang Bufan had a greater goal. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal king realm, he was a little closer to that goal. To Yang Bufan, the next goal was much more meaningful than eliminating the evil clan. Of course, it was also much more difficult to achieve. Everyone had their own secrets. Jiang Chen had them, De Huang Dog had them, and so did Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan didn't want to talk about it, Jiang Chen wouldn't ask. A friend would stand up when needed. This was enough. Jiang Chen wouldn't explore Yang Bufan's secrets, but as long as Yang Bufan needed his help in the future, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to stand up for him. Jiang Chen believed that if he was in trouble, Yang Bufan would do the same without hesitation. This could be seen from the trip to Tianyun Pavilion. Yang Bufan was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. The city of Sin had been destroyed. However, to the cultivators of the human race, rebuilding a city was an extremely easy task. After all, the space in Evil Abyss was huge. There were other cities besides Evil City. Other than Evil City, the other cities didn't suffer any damage. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen found a city in the central region and settled down. Although the matter in Evil Abyss had been resolved, Jiang Chen still had more important things to do. To him, the real battle had just begun. He and Tian Muyun had completely fallen out. The next step would be a life-and-death battle. In a quiet courtyard in the prefecture, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in. Knowing that Jiang Chen was going into seclusion, no one dared to appear within 10 miles of the courtyard, fearing that they would disturb Jiang Chen's cultivation. To the humans in Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen was now a godlike existence. Everyone was full of respect for him. Tianji Zi walked out of the Zulong Tower. His eyes were full of shock when he looked at Jiang Chen. He had witnessed the entire battle. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. The word genius could no longer be used to describe Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's existence was a miracle. Tianji Zi felt that it was a gift from the heavens for him to have such a disciple. What did he do to deserve such a peerless genius to address him as his master? Chen, you really surprised me. Tianji Zi sighed. Initially, he was worried about the battle between Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun, but now it seemed that comparing Tian Muyun to Jiang Chen was a humiliation to Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun could only be regarded as a genius at best. How could he be compared to a monstrous genius? Master, Tian Muyun has probably advanced to the immortal king realm by now. With my current strength, it's still far from enough to deal with him. After all, the gap between an immortal king and a golden immortal is incomparable. So if I want to fight Tian Muyun, I need to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. He never fought a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. He must not lose the battle with Tian Muyun. Therefore, before leaving Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen must find a way to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. By the way, little Chenzi, haven't you already opened the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower? What kind of secret is inside? It might be helpful to your current situation, said De Huang Dog. Big Yellow said. He was very interested in the secret of the ancestral dragon pagoda. I'll go in and have a look. After saying that, Jiang Chen opened the door of the Zulong Tower. His qi enveloped everyone, and his divine sense moved at will, entering the space of the 33rd floor. Hoo-hoo! The 33rd floor was filled with a myriad of colors. The few people who had just entered couldn't help but sway from the impact of the surrounding air currents. This space wasn't very big. It seemed to only have a radius of a few miles, and it was completely empty inside, with nothing at all. However, those motley colors gave people a dazzling feeling. After entering, everyone had a strange feeling, but as for what exactly it was, they could not describe it with words. The law of time. This is the law of time. Motherfucker. This is too fucking awesome. The law of time in this space is at least 30 times that of the outside world. De Huang Dog suddenly became very excited. Law of time? Jiang Chen, Tyrant, and Tianji Zi were stunned. For a moment, they didn't understand what De Huang Dog meant. In the entire immortal world, only the mighty immortal sovereigns could control the time law. The time law in this space is 30 times stronger than the outside world. For example, cultivating here for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 30 days. This is the distortion and change of the time law. Little Chen, this treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying. This is only the 33rd level. If it reaches the 99th level, I can't even imagine what will happen. That's right, Little Chen. This treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying. This is only the 33rd level. If it reaches the 99th level, I can't even imagine what will happen. De Huang Dog said. Regarding the law of time, whether it was Jiang Chen or Tianji Zi, it was their first time hearing about it. After all, the means of reversing time and space was too heaven-defying. It wasn't a realm that they could reach. They had never thought that it was a powerful means of a great emperor, and they were too far away from the legendary great emperors. As soon as De Huang Dog's voice faded, a wave of information surged into Jiang Chen's mind. Everything described in the information was exactly the same as what De Huang Dog had said. This space of the 33rd floor had no other magical uses other than changing the flow of time. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen became incomparably excited. The change of the law of time by 30 times was a great benefit that couldn't be exchanged with countless treasures. A day of cultivation here was equivalent to 30 days of cultivation in the outside world. This was simply a great treasure. Chapter 1378. Haha! The Zulong Tower is indeed an ancient supreme divine weapon. The secret of the 33rd floor is truly astonishing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had no reason to be unhappy. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this 33rd floor. Today he finally got to know it. The result was even better than what he had imagined. He was afraid that the Zulong Tower would bestow him another powerful combat technique or cultivation law, because he didn't lack combat techniques and cultivation laws anymore. All the combat techniques he had displayed were the strongest among the strongest. So, any more combat techniques wouldn't be of any practical use. However, this 30-fold change in the time law was simply a great treasure. From now on, Jiang Chen would have his own superior cultivation conditions. His innate talent was already terrifying enough. His cultivation speed was countless times faster than others. Now, his foundation had been increased by 30 times. How abnormal was this? It was simply unbelievable. Abnormal. Truly abnormal. The time law of 30 times is simply unimaginable. 1 day of cultivation in here is equivalent to 30 days of cultivation in the outside world. Little Chenzi, you have struck it rich. Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. This was too shocking. The time law was a high-level thing. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about. But now, they really had it. I can't believe that such a supreme treasure exists in the heavens and earth. Tianji Zi was somewhat numb from the shock. Ever since he came into contact with Jiang Chen, miracles had happened one after another. The amount of shock he had experienced in his life wasn't as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. From Jiang Chen, he had witnessed what was called a true miracle and abnormal existence. It's indeed monstrous. One should know that even an immortal sovereign who had just comprehended the law of time could only change the flow of time by 2 or 3 times. A powerful immortal sovereign could change the flow of time by 5 times. Even the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhang Xian could only change the flow of time by 10 times. This ancestral dragon pagoda can change the flow of time by 30 times. It's unimaginable. De Huang Dog said. He showed great interest in Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. He had never seen or even heard of an existence that could change the flow of time by 30 times. Jiang Chen's eyes were very bright. He now had even greater expectations for the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He believed that there would be greater surprises waiting for him in the future. The 30 times time law was just the first surprise. Very good. I was worried that I wouldn't have enough time to consolidate my foundation. Now that I have this space, all my problems have been solved. I only need 1 day in here to stabilize my foundation. Then, I can use the devil soul of Mad Devil to advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal. And I will leave the evil abyss for the final battle with Tian Muyun after that. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. He was now prepared to cultivate in here for 30 days to stabilize his foundation. In that case, only 1 day would have passed in the outside world. 30 days was basically enough for him. De Huang Dog Tyrant, I can see that both of you have obtained a lot of benefits from the war. It's just the right time to cultivate here and stabilize your foundation. It will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog and Tyrant. Currently, the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was a treasure land for cultivation. It was the best place to cultivate. There was nothing more perfect than cultivating here. Tyrant and Big Yellow nodded. With such a good condition, they naturally had to make good use of it. They couldn't afford to miss it. For the next period of time, they chose to go into seclusion in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen wouldn't care about the outside world for a month. Plus, a month inside was only 1 day in the outside world. Nothing would happen. Moreover, the evil clan had been completely annihilated. It was basically impossible for there to be any major turmoil in the evil abyss. One-line sky. Inside Tianyun Pavilion. All of a sudden, an incomparably tyrannical qi rose from the deepest part of the mountain. This qi was incomparably powerful. When the pressure spread out, everyone in Skycloud Pavilion felt their souls trembling. They were greatly shaken. Look, what a powerful qi. That's the pressure of an immortal king. Sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm. Amazing. Sect leader is indeed the #1 genius in One-Line Sky. He has finally broken through to the immortal king realm. With the emergence of an immortal king in our Tianyun Pavilion, the other 3 major powers are finished. If it was in the past, I wouldn't say anything if someone said that sect leader was the #1 genius in One-Line Sky. But it's different now. Even though sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm, he can't be considered the #1 genius in terms of talent. That's right. Compared to Jiang Chen, sect leader's talent is indeed inferior. Previously, Jiang Chen humiliated sect leader and angered him. Now that sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to settle the score with Jiang Chen. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was alarmed. Ever since Jiang Chen caused havoc in the law enforcement hall, Tianyun Pavilion had been in a state of deathly stillness. Now that Tian Muyun had advanced to the immortal king realm, it finally caused a great commotion in Tianyun Pavilion. In the deepest part of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun's hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His whole body was exuding a powerful immortal king qi. The airflow around him fluctuated violently. He had finally reached the immortal king realm. The humiliation that Yang Bufan gave him not only didn't hinder his progress, but also stimulated his potential, allowing him to break through to the immortal king realm in one fell swoop. Humph! Jiang Chen, evil lord, I, Tian Muyun, will definitely return the humiliation you have given me twice over. Once I have stabilized my immortal king cultivation base, I will kill my way to evil abyss and make you beg for death. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Now, it could be said that he hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Tian Muyun had already made up his mind. After a few days, when his cultivation base was completely stabilized, he would go to evil abyss and kill both Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. What a pity! Although Tian Muyun had advanced to the immortal king realm, he didn't have the slightest chance to kill both Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen was ready to come back for him, and Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late immortal king realm. If Tian Muyun really went to evil abyss to kill Jiang Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. In front of Yang Bufan, Tian Muyun was just a small shrimp, an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. After advancing to the early immortal king realm, Tian Muyun didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he chose to continue his seclusion. He needed some time to stabilize his cultivation base after advancing to the early immortal king realm. Chapter 1379. Tian Muyun decided to stabilize his cultivation base within 7 days. After 7 days, he would come out of seclusion and kill his way to the evil abyss. As for the other 3 major powers in One-Line Sky, Tian Muyun no longer put them in his eyes. Given his current cultivation base and strength, annihilating the 3 major powers was just a piece of cake for him. The 3 major powers were no longer a threat to him. What Tian Muyun wanted to kill now was Jiang Chen. In his heart, Jiang Chen's threat was far greater than the other three major powers. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's growth with his own eyes. That heaven-defying speed had reached a shocking level. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, he would die in Jiang Chen's hands sooner or later. Moreover, Tian Muyun had witnessed the means of Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Jiang Chen, once Jiang Chen's ability surpassed his, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy when killing him. However, Tian Muyun couldn't finish these 7 days because Jiang Chen would come looking for him very soon. Jiang Chen could cultivate for a month in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Only 1 day had passed in the outside world. 7 days in the outside world was equivalent to 7 months inside the tower. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to finish this period of time. At this moment, the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower was filled with variegated colors. The law of time that was 30 times faster than normal continued to flow. Jiang Chen and the others were all in seclusion, stabilizing their foundation. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen himself. During this period of time, he had relied on the demonic devils of the evil clan to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, it was very important for him to stabilize his foundation. The same went for De Huang Dog. He was now in the intermediate golden immortal realm, and his body contained a large amount of immortal execution sword's essence. This essence was like a treasure that could constantly help De Huang Dog advance and break through to a higher realm. Therefore, to De Huang Dog, stabilizing his foundation was more important. With the God-suppressing monument, Tyrant was considered to have a natural advantage. Now that he was using the time laws of the Zulong Tower, coupled with the help of the God-suppressing monument, it was the best time for him to break through to the intermediate golden immortal stage. As for Tian Jizi, his cultivation base had been completely destroyed. Although seclusion was meaningless for him, he needed to recuperate now. The leaves of the regenerative lotus and the wood spiritual qi had helped him recover his vitality and stabilize the essence in his body. What he needed to do now was to constantly increase the essence and prolong his lifespan. If he really had a method to recover his cultivation base in the future, he would have a good foundation. For any cultivator, the body was the foundation. A good body was the key to cultivation. Days passed in the Zulong Tower. A month had passed very quickly. At this time, only a day had passed in the outside world. Swoosh! Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to ripple. These 2 eyes were like 2 sharp swords that could cut the space apart. Good. My cultivation base has been completely stabilized. Sure enough, a month of cultivation wasn't wasted. I can now use the devil soul of Crazy Devil to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. A devil soul of immortal king level will help me condense 40,000 dragon marks. I think it won't be a problem for me to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, Jiang Chen said to himself. Then he took out the devil soul. Back when he killed Crazy Devil, he had deliberately kept this devil soul for this very moment. Every time Jiang Chen advanced a level, he would need an incomparably huge amount of energy. Currently, the number of dragon marks in his body was 910,000. He needed another 40,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Chi. The true dragon fire and true thunder fire appeared outside the devil soul and penetrated it. These 2 flames were the nemesis of demonic devils. They could purify all the devilish things inside and then absorb the purest energy. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the devil soul. A huge amount of energy exploded in Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave, rushing to every part of his qi. Under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the majestic energy began to be refined rapidly, forming new dragon marks in his qi. Within Jiang Chen's qi, there was a magnificent scene of tens of thousands of dragons gathered together. There were more than 900,000 dragon marks, and every single one of them looked like a real dragon, looking extremely majestic. Ever since the dragon transformation skill had evolved, refining anything became very simple and fast. Now, in just half an hour, an immortal king-level devil soul was completely refined by Jiang Chen. His qi began to stir violently. The 950,000 dragon marks rippled, turning into an ocean of true dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. This was the most critical moment of breaking through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Jiang Chen threw all the immortal metastones he had stored into his qi to refine them. These immortal metastones were the huge wealth that Ouyang he had left for him. The value of this wealth was very shocking. It had also saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. At least, he didn't have to worry about immortal metastones along the way. But one had to admit that Jiang Chen was indeed a big eater. The consumption of each advancement was just too huge. No one could bear such consumption. Now that he had advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm, all the immortal metastones had been used up. Not even dregs were left. It seemed like the first thing Jiang Chen would do after settling the grudge with Tian Muyun was to collect immortal metastones. Immortal metastones were the support of every advancement. They were an indispensable treasure. It was something that Jiang Chen must prepare in advance. An earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly came out from Jiang Chen's mouth. Powerful waves of qi rolled out of Jiang Chen's body, setting off a huge wave in the 33rd level. De Huang Dog, Tyrant and Tianji Zi, who were in seclusion, were shocked by this qi. They couldn't help but open their eyes, and their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. He succeeded. So powerful. The power of an intermediate golden immortal has far surpassed an ordinary early immortal king. Tianji Zi was shocked. Given his current combat strength, it's enough to deal with Tian Muyun. When he returns to One Line Sky, it will be the time of Tian Muyun's death. De Huang Dog said. He had always had incomparable confidence in Jiang Chen. That's right. Even if Tian Muyun advanced to the immortal king realm, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Sect Master Ouyang's death can finally be avenged. That ungrateful dog. We must expose his true face when we return. Chapter 1380. 30 days had passed in the Zulong Tower, but only one day had passed in the outside world. Such a cultivation method was truly fascinating. De Huang Dog and Tyrant had a feeling that they hadn't had enough of it yet. In a month's time, De Huang Dog's foundation had basically stabilized. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the late golden immortal realm. As for Tyrant, he was already at the peak of the early golden immortal realm and would soon advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. AI. Tyrant sighed. Compared to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Presently, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were intermediate golden immortal realm, while he was only an early golden immortal. Obviously, he had fallen behind. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was an incomparably terrifying guy. His combat strength couldn't be estimated with the combat strength of an intermediate golden immortal. Let's go and find Brother Yang. Then we'll leave this evil abyss. Jiang Chen said. After leaving the evil abyss this time, he reckoned that he would never come back again. To them, this spatial zone had lost all meaning and value. They had to go and do something more meaningful. To Jiang Chen, every place he went to represented the occurrence of a miracle. Just like this evil abyss, before Jiang Chen came, this place was still a chaotic and terrifying hell. But after he came, everything changed. Now, the evil abyss had a historical turning point because of his arrival. The entire evil clan had been annihilated. This was equivalent to creating history. 3 men and a dog walked out of the Zulong Tower and found Yang Bufan without a hitch, because they needed to rely on him to leave the evil abyss. In a day's time, Yang Bufan had basically arranged everything in the evil abyss. To Yang Bufan, just like Jiang Chen, this evil abyss had lost all meaning, even though he had been the evil lord for 10 years. Now, Yang Bufan was about to leave. After leaving this place, everything here would no longer have anything to do with him. Except for the evil abyss, he would only be Yang Bufan. He would no longer be the famous evil lord. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm in just a single day. Such a speed of advancement is truly speechless. But still, I have to congratulate you. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He was indeed surprised that Jiang Chen could advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm within a day. After all, Jiang Chen had just advanced to the golden immortal realm. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was rare in the world. I was just lucky. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't reveal anything about the Zulong Tower. After all, the change in the law of 30 times time was too shocking. This was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. He didn't mean to hide it, but there was no need for him to reveal all his secrets. Brother Jiang, I have nothing to worry about in the evil abyss anymore. My cultivation base has already reached the late golden immortal realm. All these years of hard work have not been in vain. I'm going to leave this place now. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. I'm going to leave as well. It's time for me to settle the grudge in Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen said. It was within his expectation that Yang Bufan would leave. This was just the right time for them to leave together. Do you need my help? Yang Bufan asked. No need. I want to settle this matter myself. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had to come personally for the duel with Tian Muyun. If he needed Yang Bufan's help, he could have already killed Tian Muyun during the incident in the law enforcement hall. There was no need to wait until now. You have to be careful. Yang Bufan nodded. He had long known about Jiang Chen's plan. Therefore he just said it casually. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's leave now. Jiang Chen spoke. To him, the evil abyss was just a stop on his path of growth. When it was time to leave, he would have to leave. There was nothing in this place that he would miss. All right. Yang Bufan nodded. With a flip of his palm, powerful spatial energy rippled. He tore the void with his bare hands, creating a crack in the void and walked into it. His current cultivation base had already reached the late Golden Immortal Realm, which was many times stronger than the early Golden Immortal Realm. Tearing the void with his bare hands was a very simple thing to do. In other words, Yang Bufan didn't need the spatial talisman to leave the evil abyss. He could find the coordinates of one-line sky by relying on his control of the spatial law. Walking in the void would be much faster than walking through the spatial passageway. Very soon, under Yang Bufan's lead, the group left the evil abyss and appeared on the land of one-line sky. The place where they were now was still the same place they were at previously, which was closer to Yen City. Brother Yang, what's your plan from now on? Jiang Chen asked with interest. Yang Bufan must have his own goal after leaving the evil abyss. Given his current ability, it was impossible for him to stay in a place like one-line sky. To Yang Bufan, one-line sky was just a small place, but it still piqued his interest a little. I'm going back to where I came from. I'm going back to East Xuanyu. Yang Bufan said with a smile. When he mentioned East Xuanyu, a strange light flashed across his eyes. East Xuanyu? Jiang Chen was stunned. He really didn't know about the division of ethereal immortal domain, but Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. He knew that East Xuanyu must be a huge place. At least, one-line sky couldn't be compared to it. Perhaps, he would have to go to East Xuanyu after he fully understood the situation in one-line sky. Don't tell me that Brother Jiang doesn't know about East Xuanyu? Yang Bufan was startled too. As someone from ethereal immortal domain, it really surprised him that he didn't know about the famous East Xuanyu. To tell you the truth, we're all ascenders, so we're not familiar with the territories of the immortal world. Jiang Chen said. He didn't hide anything from Yang Bufan. After fighting side by side with him in Evil Abyss, he had truly treated Yang Bufan as a friend. Haha, I see. I didn't expect to see such a peerless genius in this lowly world. I've always respected you ascenders. Those who could ascend to the immortal world from a place with such poor heaven and earth yuan qi aren't ordinary people. Yang Bufan burst out laughing as if he had expected it. He even showed a look of admiration toward Jiang Chen. There are 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Each immortal domain can be considered as an immortal world. Ethereal immortal domain is just one of them. No one knows how big the ethereal immortal domain is. It's just too vast. The tiny one-line sky is just a tiny place. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.